Доброго дня всім.
Hello, everyone.
Вітання тим, хто дивиться нас в онлайні. Так само
Hello
мене
to
звати
those
Олеся
who are online
Залузька.
with us. I am
Я
Olesa
директор програми
Zauluska.
USAID,
I
конкурентоспроможність
am
економіка
the
України.
head of
Зі мною поряд
program
Ірина,
USAID
заступник міністра
with
економіки.
me there is
Сьогодні цей форум надзвичайно важливий для нас.
Tatiana Betajna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Today forum is very important for us. Cases with what we are doing, it's very important for us. We are going to different cities, it's Kyiv, Chernihiv, and so on. Where we can, we go in directly. When can't, when we go online, we speak about different possibilities. We give possibilities to our partners, donors, our very brave Ukrainian business people to speak about the challenges they met during last time on the full-scale war. You know where we are going, and we heard the stories about how someone relocated and renewed the business, where someone relocated and can't renew business, about when someone stay where he or she was, and try to work with the same business, teach personnel, find new employees, buy things, and those stories are amazing. We are here to hear about possibilities and to hear from our amazing entrepreneurs about how they continue working, about how you need more people. You will hear about a lot of ideas they have. You will hear about not seeing, bombing, shelling, all the challenges they met. They continue working. They continue developing, exporting, or just starting. There are some cases where on the exhibitions there are going not ready companies, and they risk, they go, they do homework, and they return. And this in good idea stubbornness. It is about Ukrainian business that in herself it is ambitious, very stubborn, ambitious, and proudly speaking about itself. This is something what we always need. We always were modest, too modest, and now we are changed. We have a lot of possibilities and we need to use them. In that idea, it is also our responsibility. Tatiana will speak about grants, government grants. I will speak about the grants which our program gives thanks to entrepreneurs, thanks to USA International Development Program. To don't speak, to start remarks too slow, I will give you word. Please tell about who takes grants in result. What do you see? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Present Ministry of Economics, government, and country on this idea. It is very nice to see people with eyes, light eyes, and I agree totally with Olesa that entrepreneurs are especially class which drives changes. And today there was also meeting, and I'm very thankful very much to meet entrepreneurs. There were so much insights, exploration, what the country as service can help entrepreneurs to their better work, to have more successes, and to help Ukraine win. Thanks for this possibility. You know, I wanted to tell about grant program, our own case, about the most popular cases which were massive now, but I will start that during war, the change, the basement of changes very much. Now a lot understand and ask questions who if. It's not me, where not today. A lot of people started to work for country. A lot of people became entrepreneurs. They were asking where not today to go away with being scarce and doing their own business. It's very amazing to see that. We see that there are lower level of patronalism. Country doesn't give fish; they give things to find fish. We stand by. You work, you pay taxes, and you find employees. This is new case of agreement in community. It is about life, fairness. This is a country which we want to have, and we go towards it. So today I would like to tell about one instrument, some kind of stuff. Please give me clicker. It is a program which is registered and was created by Ministry of Economics, in which our first Vice Premier Yulia Spiridenko is very asking all the time about success of this program. Also, I would like to speak about the possibilities to you and maybe to hear from you how to develop this program and make it better. Also, I would like to tell about details of this program. This is not just grant program; it is one of elements of country politics about taking return Ukrainians back. We understand that Ukrainians will go back to Ukraine, where there were four things: security, possibility of life, possibility of developing, and we understand that this program is one of size which helps entrepreneurs to come back to Ukraine, to give opportunities they have, and it is all depends on them because the start possibilities country gives. So this start program is very quickly about this program. I will speak about the results of it. This is possibility for receiving grant in the size of up to 250,000 hryvnia. Anyone can receive it. There are responsibility to do something, but after receiving grant, responsibility which gives this program, it is not just country grant, national grant. It is you gave it. There are some responsibility elements. The grant receiver should make one or two places for employees. If he or she received up to 150k hryvnia, she or he needs to give one employee place, and if more, two places. There are responsibility to work, to pay taxes. During 3 years, you will pay the same amount of taxes, about all the taxes about errors and so on. But during 3 years, you have to pay them.
It is not paid by cash. It's only bank transfer, and only for bank transfer is you can spend according to the business plan and according to the law. Everything is very less paperless and paperless. On DIA, you can apply, and you can see also in the application the business plan. Also, there is also an example for business plan is already in the application. Yes. Then you are sending to Oszczęd Bank. Julia Żulanova here with us, and she will tell more about this bank, how it works, and bank is actually checks the person. If there is any criminal story, all the data available for that person. if the person can receive the grant, it will be a conversation in the government, in the work government point. Then the business plan is checked if it's realistic, if it's could work. Then the person gives the grant and the money comes to bank account. Not all the expenses could be used from the grant. Only what you see on the slide, it could be, for example, some equipment, and also animals could be bought according to the business plan. It could be also for franchising. It could be for marketing, for advertising, but not for the full amount of money. Only some part of the grant could be spent on it. We can also say about the results, how it looks like for today. From July 2022, we have more than 24,000 of applications, and the government spent 1 million of hryvnia for this grant. A lot, big amount of money was spent from the budget. This foundation for unemployed is spent for this program because employment service is not passive anymore, just for expenses for unemployed. She says, no, take a grant and just earn as a businesswoman or businessman, and it's kind of changes which activate such unemployed person for doing something great. In the ministry, I also responsible for gender politics. You can and you can see here that female is the less application, but the females' application are more successful. What means that they are more, they're just better, and the women receives more often this grants than males. And actually, females, what is interesting, they ask less money, but I think that it must be changed in our thinking. Now you can see the territory in all oblasts is spent. The Lviv Oblast is actually a leader than Kiev Oblast, but all over the territory we have, and we have applicants all over in Ukraine. You can also see that the trade is the leader, but also some food, FMG. There are different also projects. Our first lady is also was writing about our program. There is one, Ludmila from Shepetivka, where the coffee shop, and in this shop also working people with Down syndrome. Also, we have men and women which are doing clothes for military services. Well, everything could be used in case your expenses are according to the law and to the restrictions. Also, I can say that also the 9th wave of application finished, the 10th wave of application, 1,800,000,000 hryvnia is planned, and we want people just to give people the opportunity to earn money, because actually to be businesswoman or businessman is a way of thinking, and we want to provide people to think different, and this money is for realization. This program we have in our program, you can find the QR code. I will finish very soon, but I will tell about one point, what is different from a general program. It is grants for veterans. We understand at the moment that from our reports, at the moment we have 1 million veterans, and we understand that the war will not finish tomorrow, and we will have more and more people, and then it will be a huge problem how to integrate veteran to the market. We understand that actually the veteran is a person who invests his life and to protect your country, and such investment must be back. Such program is a way how to bring this veteran to the civil life. We have three programs, 250K, what is like a general, and it's different that one employee place must be in it. Another program is for 5,000K is for veteran or his spouse. This program was it was example from USA, and for military spouse it was exampled. And 1 million hryvnia is that program for veteran who already has a company 3 years before getting the grant. The same conditions, you pay taxes, but also there is one more point. When we protected it from veterans, they are co-founded for big grants that you should invest 30% from yourself and 70% from the state. It is not only the costs you can just get as a social, it is business, and you should be business responsible only for yourself, and state will support you. So such program exists. We just developing. It's a fifth wave of application. We have also money for this program. The only point what we have a problem, or not a problem, but a challenge, you see the application, it's much less. It's understandable that veterans is more concentrated on a military situation. Maybe it's a problem of communication, but we hope that it will be more louder. And when we will have the winners, it will help. And we would like to increase this medium, the second grant for military spouse. So maybe it's a big potential for this military spouse to get and to prepare the family business for coming back this veteran for the civil life. So we don't be.
Thank you for doing that every day, that you give employee places, that you pay taxes. I want to thank you, our organizer partners, for doing, realizing also this program, making the sound of it louder, and propose other very important instruments for making a lot of possibilities. So thank you very much for working, and we in different ways as country wants to make country services useful for you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also for country programs, I want to say about country programs which are open in our program. They are all given towards making new employee places, for making more services for investigations. our program in reality is working for 5 years, and we focused on developing business in Ukraine. So it is important physically to do business in Ukraine. Our program was made for more 2 years, and we received 48 million for 42, which we have before. So I always say that we have twice more money for twice smaller period, and that's very responsibly because we have to apply very quickly for the projects. With your projects, there are a few programs open, and one of them was open from the previous year, and it was called for non-stopping and renovating of business. It is for those who the most vulnerable in the most vulnerable positions, and we give grants for developing of industry, for certification, for making business better, or developing, rebuilding business potential. And there are no stopping like for sectors. It could be mebels, toys, industry, cosmetics, whatever is in production. Also could be services. Appliers could be registered businesses, for example, FOB, private company, TOW, ATA, and it is important for small and middle business by European sizes, so up to 250 people, employers, and up to 50 million euros per year. So it could be less if your money is smaller than up to 1,200,000, even it could be even more if you can guarantee why this sum is why you need this sum. You have to apply in 2 etaps. So first etape is very easy conception, which is easy to fulfill, and after we receive, you receive from us information, and it is the best to apply by yourself because you know your business is the best way. It consists description of your activity and what you want to do, what you want to achieve. It is, for example, employee places, investment which you want to join. There are also, as Tatiana said, there are priority for one-to-one, but everything is deciding by case by case, depending on the project which you apply and about your situation in which you can add to the project. Of course, if it's a relocated entrepreneurship, it can be less. The next grant program, which is open, it's about small and middle women and family entrepreneurship. It's kind of start of program in the whole. There are a lot of people who receive those grants, and we really like women companies. And during the full-scale war, a lot of families relocated, and we see the need of making this company bigger, this program up to also family businesses. And there were open also 3 ways of application. The first etape finished, and the next will be next is until 16th of June, and third is until July, and so on. So please don't stop, see it, make your application better, and apply again if you were. Application is again, as in previous company, in Ukrainian company language. You can receive grant from $10,000 to $35,000. There are no concurrency, no competitions. It is additional program for government program. We want to help additionally for grant programs which we can support. And sometimes it can be that you can't apply for government program, so apply for our. Each company program is depending, is different for the aim and possibilities. And we are very thankful to government which changed our name from donors to partners. And as practice shows, those who come for the
they begin the economical missions or creating the association. I will tell about this opportunity soon. For the needs as expenses, how you can spend the grants. This for female, it's for relocation, for rescaling business, for opening new marketing, for optimization the process. You can have the consultancy, you can spend it for the rent. You can buy the equipment. If we are talking about equipment, please take the note that we do the expertise ecological. The place must be prepared. It must be regulated. All the electricity, all the needs must be services must be working, and it takes a time. So if you are ready to start, so you are welcome, but be ready. And we will help to spend your money for equipment. We do not support buying equipment from China, and the equipment must be new. What is important for what you can't spend the money? This is for events, the luxury, for cars, for medical equipment. Just read read the contract, and just do not put this equipment what is not in application. Female businesses for where at least one female is a family. It's a family where are two person from the family. It could be brothers and sisters. Could be father and son. Few examples. One of our star. It's a brand for 315 ban. 314 ban. It's a very creative business, and they are recycling for the banners. They are relocated to Lviv, and Katerina is very active in this topic, social responsibility business in Lviv, and we are very happy about successes. She was relocated to the hub. It's one of our projects. We started in a spring last year. We actually didn't understand how to help. We did very quick decisions. We rent a huge square in Ternopil and give a chance to relocate from Kharkiv region to Ternopil or to Lviv for the half year to understand them what to do next for these companies. Another example, our speaker and actually designer of my blouse today, Chereshniwska brand. Thank you for coming. I remember our monitor visit to you, and you said that you will have a special iron for ironing, and you also will have equipment for sewing. After the grant, after the war started, Irina got at her place a few another companies and designers from Kyiv and Kharkiv. And after that, with us, she went to Paris, to New York to present her brand and her clothes. Another example is Center of Child Socialization Flamingo in Vinnytsia. It's our applicant. Indeed, when the war started, for we just put the information very active and ask what we can do for you to help you to employ or just to do some clothes for the refugees or for the militaries. And Marina said and created the team, 16 specialists who helped with psychological help for relocated person, and then give the support also for families for the children with disabilities. Another example for our grant program, which is open, actually, we really like this program because it's allows us to work with already people we work who get the grants or who learn and who had the economical missions. It's a project for association, for creating association. And actually, one person will talk. We have a speaker today how to create the association and gathering people around you and get the common opportunities for associations. Um, at the moment, it's a new market. It's a market of a US market. We thought that it was more closed before, but now it's more open and it's easy to have encouraged. The deadline is the 30th of June and 30th of September. So we called to read the program and give you more opportunities to get some consulting also, especially for your business and just to be ready, your group or your association of that you create. We very often says that Ukrainians don't know how to make the union, but I'm sure it's a great instrument which can help you.
From such alliances which we have, association stars which we have, it's used for production for animals, and this is now a sector which shows a good results. This is example of such alliance. They are going together on exhibition and they show Ukrainian industry, such called pet industry. Another alliance which was created recently, you will hear about it later, but it is very important that small and middle joins, because in our practice, our paradigm, we know more about Federation of Employers, Association of Industrial Workers, and so on, but we really want those who, there are a lot of them, producers of different productions to join each other, to make together, so their voice will be heard better. And the last grant program, which is open now, it's worth of taking part of business in international trade events. And we make this program last year 3 times bigger than we did before full-scale war. Possibilities for inside a market were less, so more producers were watching, seeing as a variant, as a possibility to go abroad for international market. And next days for application is until 15th of September this year, and there will be possibility for application for other companies. And grant sum is from $35,000 up to 50,000. There are QR codes, and we will send this slide so you can use it. It is not There are examples of different sectors. For example, mebel exhibition, decor exhibition. Firstly, we were joining it first time in Frankfurt. There are also a few of example of Ukrainian brands, how they presented in the London Fashion Week. In a trade conference in the market, a Coterie Trade Fair in New York, and also Paris Fashion Week. We, we don't support some kind of simple fashion weeks, but this is a totally different showroom where the employers can, the companies can meet potential buyers. And those events are created for potential clients for real trades. And our biggest, more way of trades happening when we meet events. It is important to go to learn. There may be not enough experience, but it is experience that second, third participation in exhibition gives the most agreements and the more example. So you can see participation of Ukrainian productions of audiovisual products in Berlin on Berlinale, and also startup which was shows first time in Barcelona on the Congress for IFIAN. Big, really big results. Announcing that the mission was done in the end of April to the Great Britain. And I will say again, big results after such mission was possible to achieve because it was not first time. So if you think about taking part in a trade events and to develop export, please look at this grant program. It is really all open grant programs from today. And as not big insight, I want to share that in the recent times there will be told about two more programs. One of them will be about developing, creating development of instead of import-export about production, and the second will be about training programs. So please monitor our annonces. Sadly, we don't have a website, but we have Facebook and Instagram. So please let's stay in contact, and we really share that all this information was useful for you. And before the start of this event, our partner Alina shared the results of recent forum which we did in Khmelnytsky. And after forum, Oshchod Bank received application from 12 business people for grants, for consultations. So forum gives results because people come together. And I don't remember who, maybe I will remember later, said really well. Forum is a possibility to concrete during one day, receive very, very much information, to meet a lot of people and to cooperate with different people. So we will finish on that.
I would like to add that I will be here, and if you have the concrete questions, this news, for example, for this 12 people, it's a huge success, and I'm very glad, and it gives example and inspire to start your business. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation of grant opportunities in Ukraine. Olesa Zaluska, the chairwoman of program USAID, and Tatiana Berezhna, the Vice Minister of Economic in Ukraine.
Дякую за оплеск.
Welcome.
Запрошуємо на наступний
Thank you.
панельної дискусії.
And
Виклики, що постали перед бізнесом,
the
високі
challenges
підприємств,
before business and opportunities during the war. The speakers, Alina Skomorokhova, Teen Impacts, the chairwoman, Yulia Lisovska, the trade director Tivola, Natalia Naida,
виступить Мар'яна
Tivola. Mariana Zbanacka is moderator, the marketing
Запрошуємо
specialist from USAID program. You are welcome.
Мікрофони працюють, так.
The microphone are on.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники форуму.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen who are physically with us and also these who are online.
Дуже раді
We are very glad that you are with us. Today we will say about challenges and opportunities during the war. The war was an accidental challenge that we never had before. Every day we have the obstacles and we are proud that we managed to go through. Also, the business are very inspiring and shows our ability and adapting for new reality. We can meet a lot of problems every day, but we can just solve them, and we are proud. Please find the three person from business. It's a clothes manufacturing
Аліну
the
Скоморохову,
factory. Alina Skomorokhova is a general manager. The metallurgical industry, Teen Impacts, Natalia Naida, who's the founder of brand Fremirover, and Yulia Lisovska, the trade director of Tivoli. Please share your experience, how you were adapting for the challenges of war, and how did you find the new ways for your developing your business and continue doing business. Please, Natalia.
Всім привіт.
Hello.
Це було питання вже, так?
It was a question, isn't it?
Я дуже рада вас
I'm
всіх
very glad
бачити.
to see you all here. Hello, Natalia.
Ну, почнемо з того,
Well,
що
let's start
Фреміора
that Fremiwara,
це компанія, яка створена
it's a company which was 5 years ago. It's a brand of the clothes. And we were oriented for the export. We wanted to do the good clothes brand for export, to learn the human resources, all the social activities we wanted. Before the war, we take the decision that we want to develop our production. We want to develop for outdoor clothes, also for male. But on the 21st of February, we already started to produce for the military needs, and now we keep doing it. We decided to change and to develop our possibilities, production possibilities, so that we will work for victory. It was very important for us and for my team. So when we saw this autumn and winter, we had electricity like 2-3 hours. We couldn't sew the dress, but I saw my team, they sew for military needs, and I say about it because it's very important. Gathering the team, keeping the team, and people who were with me at that time understand how important is their work. During the year, we created 30 new employee places. Now we work 30% for commercial need, it's dresses. And we have, for example, Grant USAID, and we will be back for thinking about male clothes, and for 70% we are working for the needs of actual needs of the country. From very interesting what we are doing. We are working with fire resist clothes and with the staff for personal protection. And when I started to learn, I saw that USA and Israel is very good developer in these questions. So we take the decision that we want to develop in this direction for the functional textile, for the fire protection clothes, the textile for rehabilitation. It is not another business. It is the same business, but we understand that we have to be tough and to develop our potential. We have a lot of very talented people. We wanted to work with them. We work with scientists, and we want to develop with this functional textile.
Щиро дякую.
Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your answer. And there is question from me to Julia Lisowska between important challenges for business. There are like shortness of need on the inside market, how you work with this problem. And to survive, these companies needed to reorientate on export. And I know that you recently took part in the market exhibition, and there were short missions. One of the important instruments for making productions trades out abroad are those events. Businesses look for concrete production, concrete orders. Please tell about your experience if you say to go for such events. Thank you for the question. Thank you for welcoming. It's very nice to be here. Let's say a few words about our companies. We are a production company. In the production, there are 200 people in our production on the full start of full-scale company. And we understood that furniture is not the first need part. It is not the first need. So we sell before on the export. We had a huge experience, but we also understood that full-scale war will have impact not only out in Ukraine but also in full Europe. So we understood that there will be regression. You know, it is as John Kennedy told, crisis in Chinese characterized with two signs. It is possibility and danger. So each company see crisis challenge from two sides. One of them were to don't stop production, not counting that there were stop of transportation. It was difficult to physically, there were no physical possibility to take production outside, but we didn't stop production. We agreed to work and to put them on the warehouse because we believed that countries made it first time, and normal country community are not ready for such challenges. And we understood that we need to work with clients, and we need to be on the short contact to explain them what is happening. That it is scary, but it is not that good that companies are working. That they have to work because there are people we are responsible for. And we can't 200 people, 200 families tell to them, please, sorry, we don't have work for you because the company, because the war started. So we are a company and we industrial company, and we always need to find a solution to move all the time forward. So we know about this exhibition. And without financial support of USAID, we wouldn't be ready for that. But thanks to support, we went to this project. And as Mrs. Alexis told about the company, it gave us support for idea to that it is important to try something, to do something to support not only our own company, but to share our own experience and wish to share. Because competitiveness should be alive. Competitiveness moves business forward. There are, of course, it is not possible to keep it in secret because competitive companies will know it either or later. So it is possible to make together companies. So, for example, we do tables, someone do sofas, and another company will make a corpus furniture, and we help each other. We do it together on our exhibition in USA. We make the group of companies, and we went there. Exhibition is for sure the instrument where you have possibility to speak, to have a live contact, to speak with client if the client is really interested what he likes or what not. For example, like it is some kind of date, you can understand who is a client, it is a person or a shop, if he's open for speech. And really on the exhibition, you can meet the clients who are not just walking, can ask like, how are you? They are interested in finding new clients. Exhibitions are really as an instrument of trade. It's not about one meeting. They are very important to have a continuous. One time you go, you just see. Maybe they will not go. Next time they will see, oh, we know you, and they will talk. And on the third second, there could be some decisions where there are a lot of companies take part. America, US market, it is really there are a lot of places. They have always a need of, they're ready to change furniture often. They are interested in news. When we came with group of Ukrainian companies, we received contact also from Ukrainians who work in furniture market for a long time. They have already experience, and as volunteers, they shared about. Please tell that it is new, something new. It's bestseller. It's some kind of marketing which is very interesting, and to share, to take experience from locals who are ready to share this information. So let's say we are very happy for this possibility that we received it and we use it on fully, and that we received some results already. So, for example, last time when the company take part, we receive order. So there was not a big market, but we receive order. But you have a direct contact with client, which is more than hard. So from one, they order tables, from another sofa, from second scarves, and so on. So we cooperated together and we put it in container together. Then this client will see and it will work. A furniture market is like we met with client, and if we like each other, we can work continuously for years. In our experience, we work with partners, with clients for 10, 15 years and so on, because a real client wouldn't look for new partners, which will be $1 less. They need real partners. And on such exhibition, you can show that here I am, I'm ready to travel, I'm ready to present my production, and it gives you being sure as investor.
Thank you for your answer. I think it's inspiring, and also applying for the grant programs from USAID concurrency program, also for taking part in the exhibition. Now, question to Alina. Could you share your experience about challenges connected with the war? You have a huge company, you have international contracts. How war influenced if your orders were changed, it was reduced, or it's different, you managed to develop it? Please share it. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Hello, I think that everyone understands that 24th of February 2022, the world was changed and everyone was changed. The company Olympics could have 25 years of from the beginning. We have more than 150 employees. We are proud about our successes for 25 years. We are the give example of the quality of the metal, and it's a very important industry. And when we have dangerous production, it was a night time, the war started, it was very loud, and we had to stop the 90% our workers. It's a man. The 30% are on the front now. And now we have a huge problem because we have human resources crisis. There is no electricity. To start the production, we need electricity. We need also gas. So it was very hard because 3 hours electricity, it's not even enough to start the production. That's actually where our challenges. We had the problem that we are oriented for export. Our hugest clients, it's a Mercedes and Volkswagen, just to understand how important contracts we have. The 21st of February, just before the war, we were back from Germany with a new contract for delivery. And they were watching on us. Are you sure you are coming back? Are you sure you want to be back? What we have, actually, we saw that we are not able to produce. But I thank you every clients every day, because we stay in touch, and they said, don't worry. If you can't do your order this month, do it next month. It was huge support, and it was very inspiring for us that we will try to do our best and start the production. We got the special opportunity, and we managed to create the work, the timetable that part of females got the work. This military spouse come on their place, and we started to work, and we saw that actually the internal market was closed. All our partners from Ukraine, they were in this territory where war was on, so we put the accent only on export. And in 2022, the export increased to compare to a period before. So export saved us. Export saved us and give us the opportunity to pay taxes, pay pensions, and donate the army. What I want to say, from the first day, we had such problem. We are very specialized plant. We can't do something other. We just had to find how we can help with our victory, with our production. That's why during first 6 months we created on a 3 contracts special protection services, and we are creating it, and it is very, very important in the time of war. What I wanted to say, what I wanted to add, the females, women, and Olesa showed even today these numbers about grants. You can't imagine what a power we have, Ukrainian female. This forum, what we did with USAID in Khmelnytsky, they proved that women do not stay. They want to improve business, and even these who never thought about business after the forum, after the grant opportunities, they said, no, no, we will stay here in Ukraine and we will earn money here. Thank you. Thank you, USAID, for very powerful support. And what I wanted to say at the moment, our plant is working. We have a special timetable. It was bumpy in May, and we were working at that time. The walls were crushed. However, once again, it make us stronger. And 2 weeks we were doing order, and now we are back for working. And thanks for support of our partners and friends, because they say us, you have to work. We can't stay without you. So the period of the war is a period of the challenges. It's a period of the union. I heard about this grant for associations. We will work on it. We have the potential for experts, so we will union who can the partners who can join us on the market of Europe, Asia. It doesn't matter. It's important that create the power is the country that in very special condition can union the whole world. Thank you very much for the invitation. I truly believe that we can develop our business, and it will be the 3 production lines. It is not the finish. We have the questions that we are working on the new production, and it will pass really little time, and we also get the grant because we want it, and we will effort for this. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of heart for your speech. I agree with you that really a part of each person is very important, and it helps economic renovation of country and to help stability of our economies. And I'm very thankful for your part and each of you, each of panelists who are today present. Really, Ukraine became the synonym of standing, not breaking. And this is some kind of brand in the world, and I'm thankful for showing this brand in the world. And I have a question for each of panelists. How, on your opinion, for example, in April 2023, National Bank make survey about business, and business gave as positively opinion on their work on 2021. And how do you think today there is a possibility to open business, or maybe it is better to stay on the result which is now, or it is good to risk and try new?
Однозначно.
Definitely, definitely, it is good to use all the possibilities now because Ukraine is right now is a center where the proposition of support grant. And as I told today, we don't need to we don't need to be seen as someone who is crying and ask for help. We don't want help. We want to build Ukraine with full civilized world, totally new Ukraine. And now it is time where it is good to see ambitious, your own ideas, maybe sometimes crazy. I will encourage everyone and to don't stop.
1000% так.
1000%, yes.
Скажу,
I will say it simply.
у нас немає інших варіантів.
We don't have other
Немає,
choices.
немає звалу. Тобто всі, хто хочуть тут
So everyone who wants to have this country saved, independent country growing, we can't just be infantile. Do I want or not want to do that? We have conditions where we have to. We don't like everything. Not everyone likes it. But we don't have choices.
І можу сказати про нас, ми за
And I can say from us, for the almost 1.5 years, we grow up as a company. We became more stable. We became more responsible. Yes, the product changed a bit as we do it now, but our minds, our mission didn't change. Our company. That's the most important. So 100% it is important. You need to do new products to make new employer places for kids who went to study abroad, who could come back. I also agree, your colleagues, my colleagues. As you know, as one American journalist told, the part of trust is growing, living in each house, and there is need something what helps to grow up. And we weren't never so decisive as before full-scale war because we have nothing to lose. Or we are growing, or there are no us. And as I have experienced before with foreigners, and when I visited country where they told there is not possible. And I said, listen, we are from Ukraine, we really need it, we don't have other choice, please. And I say that 85% of, even 95%, we did it. And crisis gives new opportunities and we need to use them. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. And I am sure that it will inspire very much to develop and to a business in Ukraine, share for your part for economic growth of your country. Thank you very much. It was session challenges which were in front of business and the companies during the war. As the speakers were Alina Skomotopova, General Yulia Lisovska, Natalia Naida, Moderator of speech were
нарощування експорту для підтримки
New
економічного
board.
розвитку та швидкого відновлення. Це є наступна сесія. Запрошуємо спікерами.
Welcome for the next panel.
Руслана Римарська, власниця
Ruslana Temarska, the owner of family
Ляшенко, менеджерка
bakery,
постачальників, офіс
Valentina
розвитку
Lashenko,
експорту. Ірина Кохана, засновниця
Irina
Черешнівська,
Kochana,
Ксенія
the founder Черешнівська, Ksenia Sidorko, USAID program agriculture. Irina Zelenina is a moderator. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. A few words. Irina Zelenia. I am co-founder and the director of the center, Export Center. Also, I'm co-founder the agency, Export Agency. It's a company which 2014 creating the association stands abroad, and we union For big companies, we also see the ability for union for the small and medium companies, and this is the blood which actually develop business and economy. What we need is the experience, the support, very often some money, and the way how to where to go. And it's very important, this grants and programs. And we have very interesting panel today because we have the speakers who will show the cases and the speakers which will talk about the support. Let's talk about it. I actually worked with all of them. I'm also get the grant. Find your grant. I call you, just do not be afraid. I wanted also to introduce our first speaker. You can ask, it's Ruslana Rymarska, owner. She's co-owner for gluten-free food. The history of Ruslana is very interesting. It is seen how the company is developing and actually use the grant project. Ruslana, for example, was expert evolution program for implemented by the Office of Economy, who is a stakeholder of the program. So Ruslana learned, developed her own company, got the grant for equipment, took the part in economical missions. And beside that, in 2022, she realized that what we were talking in 2018, she created the Alliance, Export Alliance of Small Companies. It's an alliance, Ukrainian, Ruslana, hello, Alliance of Ukrainian Food Production. It is small production, small companies which are open for export, have ambition and want to realize the plans also in the program. Ruslana, tell us, the knowledge you got also in a school helped you to develop your business. Hello everyone. Thank you for the question. Well, actually, the knowledge was very important and very interesting because I'm graduated in economy and I thought that everything what I have to know about export is known. And when the program opportunity I was such interest because I put like 10 application, and in this one application in this program it was a condition that it was 9 months program could got the grant, so that's why I applied. The program was very interesting. Besides that, I'm graduated in economy, but from every session I got something very important for myself, and in the middle of the program I realized that actually my strategy was not correct prepared. And because this, I think it's question of the complex when you start the production. And I said, okay, anyone, take my production. So I tried to Emirates, to Japan. The strategy was built on 3 main moments. So where the standards of quality, where I can make the export, where Ukrainian production is in a market, and where people can pay. So that's why I tried for Asia. It was exhibition in Japan, in Emirates, but it was a mistake strategy because we are this small company, and small company has two problems. So we have obstacles. So we do not have enough resources, human resources and money resources. You can't pay for very high qualified people, and you can create the full department for experts. And during this learning, I understand some analytic reports, and expert promotion office give me opportunity and access to such reports. So I realized that I have to analyze the market and the components, and the decision was that our market was USA as the biggest market and very complicated from the beginning, but the market is huge, and from that time we started to create it. And now you know that in April our first production went to US. Tell us about Alliance. You created the Alliance during the war. What was your motivation to create it now, and what do you have? How do you see the advantages you will get from Alliance to be together? Well, about Alliance, about the union, I was adapted for a long time, so I tried to motivate my colleagues. Let's doing something together because it's more comfortable. Let's make the common storage. Let's get the common merchandiser. Let's go together for the exhibition. Because rent will be cheaper. But actually, all our conversation, yes, we were meeting, drinking wine, and it was just a talks. But the war started. The sales just pulled down. So our sales like 3 times was decreased. We didn't have enough money. We did a lot of donates, but we got some support from USAID company, and they asked, "Could you produce something?" Yes, we can produce. Of course, well, we had a problem with suppliers, but actually it was a support just not go to bankrupt. The result of last year, it just not go to bankrupt because no one thought about the money. It was important to survive. And I'm grateful for the support because it's very important to know that people feel the country and the right people is on the right places and get the right decision. So in May, we went for West exhibition in Warsaw, and I said, okay, let's go together. Everyone is the same situation, and it was a motivation that in November we went together for USA. It was in this supporting program. No, it was not in a program, but we understand that we will do it together. So we applied as an alliance, and we decided that we can't wait when all procedures will be done, but we wanted to go for the summit of producers, and it was important for us to visit it. We got the support for the economical mission, for the trade mission. It was a mission which started the project about mentor program supporting the producers who wants to open the USA market. And so wait for news from us. Are you planning to scale your business? Yes, we would like to scale the business. We did the alliance with 10 another producers. So after the mentor program, I think we will have more 15 or 17 companies. I wanted to say that besides the market of US, we want to open new markets. I don't want to say because it is not actually fixed. But for sure, when we create alliance, we become stronger. And every week on Tuesday we have online supporting meeting, and it works for our community. It was very valuable. It's not just discussion what we are doing next, but 15 minutes we are talking about different situations and how people solve them. And it was kind of emotional support. It's very important. Good luck for you. It's very important.
It gives additional possibility to any business, especially for Ukrainian, which needs to grow. We will go to the next speaker. We give a word to Irena Kohana. She is the founder and owner of fashion brand Czerwaszniwska. She has very interesting experience of growing brand. You started in the most difficult time. Let's speak about you. You will tell about us. We didn't work together yet, but I hope that we will be to work about in creative industries. I have my own brand, clothes brand. I started it 7 years ago, and the aim was I wanted to make a good Ukrainian company. I learned about it for Quine Cloche, what it should be, and I was thinking about fashion industry. There was a lot of speech about conditions of employees, and I thought about doing this, and one of the aim was to help people starting their careers, and that's how I started my business. Mostly 99% of orders were from Ukraine, and in fact, where the full-scale war started, we show a company first time in USA, say to USAID. And generally, first 2 months, our orders in Ukraine were generally zero, and we basically used market, which we tried to make for 5 years. We do quiet artist clothes from recycling. We rebuild denim, t-shirts and jackets. It's kind of difficult clothes, you know. We do also craftsmanship. I've heard it's something like people do handmade. We work with the Reza which made the material for clothing from our work, from our production, like recycling. It's work which needs money and time. So basically, where the war started, we were not relevant. Thanks to this support we had at first event, yeah, okay, we didn't have orders from buyers because no one wanted to give orders because they didn't know what will be if our company will work. But we received a lot of support from media. This event helped us. If there wouldn't be such help, if there would be USAID consults which were with us, worked with us, generally, my business, I think, would be finished.
Після того почалися далі
After
програми,
that,
ми приймали
there were
участь в
programs in
проектах,
which we
і,
took part,
я
were
просто
taking
хочу
part.
сказати, що, типу,
I just wanted to
я
say
слухаю
that
всіх,
I
більшість
listen to
такі
everyone,
великі класні
but
підприємства,
mostly they are
то,
cool,
можливо, комусь буде
interesting,
цікаво, і
big
дивитися на
companies,
таке
and
маленьке.
maybe
Ми
someone
маленькі,
could be interested
нас
in
найбільша
we,
кількість
and
людей,
inspired. We are small.
людей
We just
працевлаштованих.
7 people who
І
were
були
employed
різні
here,
контрактні
and
спеціалісти,
a
які
few more
робили,
contract
не знаю,
specialists
соціальні мережі і так
who
далі.
did
От,
social
загалом,
media and so on.
ну, типу,
But
моя
generally,
історія про те, що, типу,
my story is about try, don't be afraid, apply for grant possibility.
ми фактично
And
втратили
in this
український
moment,
ринок,
where we in
завдяки
fact
тим
lost
подіям, в
Ukrainian
яких ми
market,
прийняли участь
thanks to 4 events we
дві
took
події в
part,
Сполучених Штатах і
2
дві в
events
Парижі,
in
ми
USA and
фактично
in Paris.
створили новий
We in
ринок для
fact
себе.
made a
О,
new
і
market
зараз
for
ми працюємо
ourselves,
на експорт.
and now we work for export.
Іриночка, підкажіть, будь ласка, наскільки
Isana,
важко
please
було
tell
отримати
if it was difficult for us to receive
Ну, дивіться, з
grant.
грантами така
Look,
історія. І важко, і не
In
важко.
grant, there is history.
Це
It's
Що найважче
difficult
було?
and not
Заявку
difficult.
написати чи імплементувати?
What is
Я
more
розкажу
difficult,
свій
to write
підхід,
the application or to
загалом
implement
до
it?
грантів.
I will tell my
І я
experience
дуже
about
багато всяких
grants.
чула
I
історій,
heard
типу,
a lot
можливо,
about
тобі ніхто не дасть грант,
stories. It's
пиши
not
на нашу
possible. No one
суму,
receive
і
grant,
слон. Типу, було
will not
багато
give you
історій, я
grant,
зараз
ask
поділилася,
for less
як це
money.
було, і
I
під час
shared about
нетворкінгу, який у
story
нас
how
був,
it was during network we
скажу
had,
так, що
and I will tell that
ну, мій підхід, який
my
працює,
attitude
що мені
in
допомогло,
that work. First,
коли я
what
писала
helped me
грантову заявку, я
when
думала
I
про те,
applied,
якщо б це були мої кошти, от я би
what
мала ось таку
will
енну
be
суму
if
грошей, і
there
я б
will be
хотіла
my
їх
money.
витратити і
I have this
інвестувати в
money
свій
and
бізнес.
I
Як би
would
я їх
like to
витратила?
invest in my business. What I would do?
Які б були мої основні задачі, які б
What
KPI я собі
would be
поставила?
my
Чи я б
main
задовільнилася, наприклад,
work
потративши на виставку
examples?
там $20 тисяч, чи
If
я б
there
була
would be
окей
just
з
exhibition
тим,
for
щоб продати
20,
на $1000? Чи
would I like
я б
to
була
go for
окей просто
exhibition for
сидіти і дивитися, що
20,000,
хтось це
or
робить
I
типу, за
would just
мене, чи я
like
б,
to
наприклад, буду також
sell for
це
$1,000,
викладати?
or
Тому
I would
думайте
just
про
like to
це
watch and
з такої
look
точки
for it
зору,
and
тоді
think
вам буде
about it
простіше
from that point
зрозуміти.
of view, and
От.
it will be
І
easier
друга
for you to
історія, яка я
understand.
вважаю, типу,
And
дуже
the
важлива,
second story, which I
не
think is the
подавайте
most
всюди
important,
підряд,
don't
подивіться дуже
apply
чітко
everywhere.
на вимоги, які
Look
є,
very well
ну,
for
не
needs
розпорошуйтесь. Тобто у мене
and
інший трошки кейс,
standards
я от
which are a bit big,
дуже
and like look directly. I don't
поважаю
have
людей, які не
exactly case.
зупиняються, в них заявки на
I-
заявки, що 10 заявок і не
respond.
було.
I
У
very
мене одна з одної,
I
тобто я подала, я
I just
отримала,
applied
я
for
подала,
one.
я отримала.
For one,
І
I received, I
чому
applied,
так,
and I
типу,
received.
зараз я також
I
записую
trust
чином
people who
амбасадорка
apply for
USAID,
very
і мені
much
такі
and
знайомі
don't stop.
в Фейсбуці і
But
кажуть,
for
слухайте,
example, ambassador of
поможіть,
USA, because
і
I am ambassador of USAID.
я до цього типу
People
дуже
write,
допомагаю,
which I
розказую.
don't know on Facebook,
Дуже
and
простий кейс.
very
Є
simple
онлайн
case.
програми. Дуже
There are,
уважно почитайте.
there
Там
are
є
something what you have to for the program.
цілі,
There are
очікувані
aim,
результати. Коли ви пишете свою
results which
заявку,
you
не
they want
видумуйте
to
нічого.
receive. And when you
Ідіть,
write
мета,
apply,
ціль,
don't imagine
які
nothing.
очікувані результати. Якщо
Right.
заявка
Tell about
вимагає
results which have to be
працевлаштування
done.
людей,
If there are
маєте зважити
need
свої
to,
цілі,
if you need
ви
to employ
можливо,
people,
що ви зможете
you need to
зробити.
think
Не
if you
пишіть
can
про
do
те,
it.
що ви
Don't
зробите щось
write
інакше.
that you will do
Тобто є
something
мета,
differently.
задачі,
There is aim
цілі.
and
І
what you have to
тоді,
do,
ну, вам не буде
and
складно.
then it will be
Я
not
думаю,
difficult.
так.
Невеличкий майстер-клас у нас, так?
It was kind of masterclass what to do with application. The cases what we have, it will motivate you to join to look for the grant programs, to look new opportunities, because the grant project is not for just for the grants, it's for the people, how to use it. And the most important for the project is the results of the grantors who doing and realizing their programs. And it is very important for Ukraine, and it brings our economy to the victory, because it's not only about the cases. Today we will have two organizations which are really important for Ukrainian economy. Valentina Lashenko, she is source founder, this office of expert. She works with different markets, knows the problems. Take a stakeholder as you working with USAID, what the problems, what's in your program is going on. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you and to share my experience. It's just notice not everyone knows from 2020 we have a national project Dia Business. Now I will tell about our office and the sourcing services which are for linking importers and Ukrainian exporters. Our office is very well known abroad between the embassies, organizations. Large donors knows us, and we have some questions how to find Ukrainian exporters. We have the questions with very good expectation, everything what they want. And I'm actually looking for verified Ukrainian company who are already have the certifications and doing export. And so I support with the contacts, meetings, and the result must be the contract. And not so far we had a success story with Chain Coop. It's a Danish company. When the war started, the ambassador, we did it in partnership with ambassador. The ambassador couldn't even find the contact. But just after the war, this chain come to embassy and said, "What we can do?" And the embassy said, ambassador said, "The best what you can do, it's not only the humanitarian aid, but help the exporters." And it was a collaboration. We had to B2B meetings. We did the selection, more than 20 meetings.
І компанії вже у нас представлені на 1100 полицях магазинів по всій Данії. Уявляєте, українці, які там зараз вимушено релоковані, коли вони побачили там наше пиво, наші сири, вино, вони в такому захваті були, що там деякі там аж плакали. Це було дуже несподівано, але роботи було дуже пророблено багато, тому це така важлива наша послуга. Далі офіс для експортерів. Ми працюємо в декількох напрямках. Одне з них – це аналітика. Тобто ми аналітику робимо для альянсів та для асоціацій. Є два варіанти. Тобто це допомога з визначенням ринку для експорту та аналітика для взагалі вже обраного ринку. Далі у нас є експортний консалтинг, де компанія може заповнити профіль і отримати консультацію нашого консультанта з приводу там їх запитань. І, звичайно ж, це виставки, які влаштовуються за державний кошт та за кошт донорів. Зокрема, ми дуже плідно працюємо з USAID в цьому плані. І, звичайно, теж багато результатів. Календар виставок ви можете побачити у нас на порталі. Вже визначені це Ануга, Трако, це Arab Health, ну і далі будуть виставки, які вже заплановані на кінець літа, осінь і зиму. І будуть набиратися компанії, тобто, якщо ви з цього сектору, ви можете спробувати податися. Ми проплачуємо стенд, і проживання.
Place we pay for the stand, you pay for the travel. So you know about the trends, what's going on in Europe with exports. How do you manage? How do you adapt your activity? Well, about the trends, it helps our analytics department. They are doing really good analytic materials and reports, and such meetings, travelings. It helps very much how to understand how world accept us, how Ukrainian exports should stand, and how to move to get this or that. For example, the Danish give us very good feedback how to be successful on a Danish market. If you got your Ukrainian brand, the market is protect, and it's hard to get Ukrainian brand because they want to buy Danish. When we talk about the wine, okay, we like this kind of type of wine, and if you have something special, it's not successful because we want to sell. So we understand our what we want. So you need to know this taste. So maybe you have very good Ukrainian wine, but Danish market it is not ready. So you need to be open for the modification. How Ukrainian exporters who wants to collaborate find what are you doing and apply for your product. Well, the beginning of the work is very easy. You need to be registered on the government portal. It's export.gov.ua to create the profile. We have the open catalog of exporters. It's very good instrument. Every all over the world it's used by that. It's open data of Ukrainian exports, and you can find the profile. Ukrainian company makes profile. We verify it. One of the condition it must be Ukrainian. It must be Ukrainian company, and to have the website in international website. We are not doing Facebook or Instagram. And no, if you do not have international site, so sorry. Do not spend your time. So it is very important that if you want to go abroad, prepare the site. It must be English. It must be good translated your site, or at least visit card site, and then another can understand who are you. So retail first, what they are doing is checking the website, how it looks like, what are the goods, if you have the certification, and not only if contacts is working, how often they respond. We checking it. It is important. It's understandable if the company is seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a lot of programs. Look, be ready. We give the microphone to the final speaker. It is Mrs. Ksenia Sadovkina. It's maybe not a big program, as competitive. It is a program, USAID Agriculture Growing Rural Opportunities Activities, and from the last year we worked together on humanitarian aid, and there was a humanitarian program. We have a project, we should do it, and we created project USAID Agriculture Growing Rural Opportunities, which we presented to small and middle business on the foreign events. We learn, teach what to do with export. If you're agrar business, you need to go to Ksenia. She has a huge experience in operating different consulting projects. Those projects give development, help development with agrarian and village development programs. Thank you very much. I am very happy to be here for possibility of cooperation. We speak a lot about collaboration, cooperation, and about how everyone is joining to be complementing, to help each other, to support Ukrainian business on maximal. When we speak about export, I prepare because probably your time is more business important than mine. So businesses. So I will speak on maximally about agro program, whom we support, and the possibility of investment together. I have a line notes because I don't remember everything. And what you will like, you can see on our page on Facebook closer. So after the full-scale war, we did more about grains, but our support doesn't stop on grain sector. There is another sector for technology decisions. A company which give any services for agro business. It could be services for laboratory exams. It all has some kind of importance. We also invest in such companies. Also, I liked what Olesa told. We are not donors, we are partners in implementation, and that's how we see it. So there is a program, we see it, what it is, how we can use it. So please see us. We are your partner. We are as bank. We invest in your business together with you. We share as problems with you. We buy it. But to bank you give a lot of procents, and to you give just 5%. That's also the difference between. So that is possibly to find better what it is grant and how to apply for that. So concretely, we have open programs for big production of oil and beans. We are preparing that each application will be between 10 millions to 20 millions. There is a program still open for elevating. It helps growing possibilities for drying, for production. It's all we speak about export. It helps make our production more competitive. As the third program is services for example, from players which we receive, there will be very interesting project for compensation of quality of tradition for grains on European market. For me, it was very nice and new initiative. So we compensate some expenses of service for doing it in European standards, but doing it in a good sector. So probably it will be last for now open. It's a program for helping watering. It's and in fact, we help to create organization for users of water, and there is program for optimizing of these things for water. That's what about initiatives. We already talk about different. I want to pay attention that today it's very uniquely for us because usually we work through market. When we speak about difference between big and small markets, we made them some kind of square agri-sales, and in it there are a lot of information about new possibilities. We try there to stimulate not by investment, but to make relations between producer makers in Ukraine. There are channels of ordering, selling, sales. It's also possible, there to make agreements. We try to cooperate for and to help big and middle and small entrepreneurs to join it. And factly, thanks to bigger companies to help on these markets. We also have applied of programs for financing. There also will be mixed financial programs opening soon. So regarding this, you will hear more from my colleagues about this support. And probably it's good for us to stop because we have time limits. If you're interested to hear more about this company, please, I'm here. You can always contact us through a Facebook page. We are ready to consult better about our possibilities, how to apply for them. And also, my colleagues already talked about that. I want to say each possibility, try to write by yourself. So there is your business, how you see it. But sadly, we see it, and that's a red flag. That there are a lot of consulting, possible grants on the wave, but we don't know about on but in the last circle of applications, there will be some like standard application, and we understand that not business writing, that maybe some consulting groups writing or just some fake application, and that we spend time as donor for that. Maybe someone one application would be real for of you from them, but we see that it's not clearly there. So I encourage you to write it by your own. It is your business plan, your idea, your product, and you know it's the best. And you can see it. You really see when you see this application. We have experience the same as bank to realistically see it and to give a mark for that. But not to think about just to give possibility to open for that. So I wish you success, a lot of luck. And I will be happy to help with some consultation, sharing experience, because our program is working for 8 years. And before we were, and in Ukraine, we worked for 15 years in agro sphere. So if you are in agro or similar sphere, please welcome and join, cooperate with us. We want to.
Thank you, Ksenia. Thank you, girls. It was a fantastic panel. I hope we inspired a lot of people. Thank you for the speakers. It was New Frontiers, Ramp Up Export for Support Economic Development and Early. Ruslana Remarska, Buďmo zdrowi, Valentyna Lashenko, Manager of the office USAID, Irena Kochana Czereszniewska Sidorkina, the USAID organization. Irina Zelenina was a moderator. Now a break for 15 minutes. 15 by 12 we are meeting.
Запрошуємо всіх учасників долучатися до наступної дискусійної панелі.
Welcome all the participants to join for the next discussion panel.
Наступна панельна дискусія «Доступ до фінансування».
The next panel is supporting MSB. Please take your seats.
Гості та
The
учасники.
panels, dear guests and speakers, please take your seats.
Запрошуємо всіх учасників. зайняти місця.
Invite, please take your seats.
Наступна панельна дискусія
The next
«Доступ до
panel is
фінансування та
access
підтримка стійкості
to
МСБ».
financial and stability MSP. The speakers, Julia Żulanowa, Oszczędbank, Natalia Zgoba, the development for corporate clients, Credobank, Volodymyr Vok, the manager, Bank Lviv. Moderator Tetiana Hryszczenko, Deputy Chief of Party USAID CEP.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Сьогодні з нами в залі. Всі, хто дивиться нас.
Hello all who are with us and who are online. Please, I would like to introduce once again our speakers, Julia Żulanova, Director, SME Oszczędbank. SME Department, Oszczędbank. I'm sure everyone knows what Oszczędbank is. Natalia Zgoba, Head Product for Development Department for Corporate Clients and SMS Credobank. Bank had in 1990. It's Polish capital bank, the filial of PKO. Volodymyr Vok, head of SME business department, Bank Lviv. The bank for micro and SME business, small medium business. Next 30 minutes, I'm very glad to be with so high level specialists. Every day you meet with small and medium business. You help to open new production lines, doing export, open new export markets, pay taxes, support the employees to create new workplaces. So my first question goes to Julia. The financing is very important for business, just to keep business on, and the invasion, the war which happening the last year and a half just increased this need of credit lines and grants. At the beginning of our meeting, Tatiana Bereźna said how new program for grants works, and Oszczędbank is the bank which is included in implementation of this grant. So please, could you share what to do, how to be the part of this grant, how to apply, how to do the successful application, and how to realize the successful application. Hello. Thank you very much that you invited me for this event. I had to talk with different girls and boys who keep working during the war. And I think that the strategy of the bank that we creating from the first days of war, it is the only right strategy for the whole states from the beginning of the war, 21st February last year. We decided that we will support the enterprisers and to finance, and our bank should be, it's our goal, must be the provider, the most number different state and not state supporting programs. If we are talking about the strategy, so we decided the priority is production, agriculture, reproducing what bank can offer now. It is different ways. It is state grant programs. The more than a year it works. So still we have in March and April last year these enterprises who was in occupation even of the day of at the day of the decision to allow them to work and to supply the basic need stuff for the society. The state grants program. Also, we have co-founded grants program. We had with the German government one program. Now we are creating another program and trying to start another program. And second, I would like to express that any grant program can continue, and it must be kind of success story. You can get the special credit with state banks or non-state government banks also in our bank. What I want to say about grant programs. It was not the only program for micro enterprises. We had the program for agriculture and for the production. Around 400 production got the grants, around 100 enterprises who got for the recycling production. They got additional program like 579 with special rates. In the nearest months, this program must be started again for recycling production. I heard more about recycling and production companies that from the beginning such programs I recommend to apply. What you have to do for apply the grant? You do not have to run, you do not have to call. There is online platform, the business is working, and all grant programs go through Dia Business. It is very easy application form. You don't need even more than 20 minutes. But the most important what you should do to have successful grant, you have to make the business plan. In the business plan, you should show your idea, your vision, how you want to sell, where will you get, what your supply chain, where business will run. It is the clear condition for small grants and for big grants. It must be clear idea what you want to achieve. Please note if there is a work for micro grants, 250k hryvnias. It's open also for this, not experience it. If we are talking about recycling, for example, development like up to 8 million, you should prove the effectiveness of your realization. It must be actual company. The most mistakes, what we doing for applicants. You must have the aims, what you want to buy, the equipment, the transportation. If we are talking the micro grants, we have some percentage for rental spend and also for everyday expenses, but it must be percentage. So please read it, your aims, will you use your grants very carefully. And for the end, what I want to say, first, don't be afraid. Apply for the grant. Do not be afraid. Do not work too much on your business plan because you lose your time, time you have. At the moment, we rebuild Ukraine and rebuild the business, and you need money now to continue your business now. If you will talk about financing, if you have a need, you can come to bank. We will ask any application, your ideas about developing your business. Last year, we financed around 15% of economic of Ukrainian. We have credits from not the with government guarantee, also with European investment guarantee. So there are some condition, but this condition are more possible. The stuff you can buy for grants, it could be a startup and also guarantee for the credit. That's all.
Thank you very much, Julia, for such practical advices, and for those that you should be not afraid to go for credits or grants. My next question is to Natalia about military aggression. A lot of companies lost their clients, so inside market became shorter. So maybe there are needs for export. And before full-scale war, a lot of banks already had products for exporters, but especially during full-scale war in the June previous year, banks together with credit agencies prepared products for credits, exporting credits, and our sector for competitiveness Ukraine program is very happy to be able to help and to organize 20 events during all Ukraine to tell business more about possibilities of financing for export. Also, we helped export crediting for possibility to go to base for credit reports, and it allows to foreigner conference to see about Ukrainian exporters information, and it was not before, it was difficult about competitiveness question, and also thanks to our support export credit agencies, there is very good help. So export can just do 2-3 clicks, and he or she can see that the export contract is good with contract agencies. So it's all working from the May, and there were given export credits on the sum of more than 60 million euro equivalent, and it helps, for example, Bank joined this. And I know that on the start of May you gave first credit for Bulgaria. So please tell about this product, how it works. How it works with credits already told 39. Tanya, thank you. I think that Ruslan Hasho from the company would be very happy to hear such an advertisement about export credit agency. I think that it was really a big step forward for Ukrainian economy, for bankers, bank managers, and a lot of possibilities. But to say it more grandly, you can see it here. I will not stop on all the slides because it would not have much sense, but I just wanted to tell that compared to Oshchod Bank, our bank is small. But we are part of big international group, and we are daughter of big Polish PKO Polish Bank, Bank Polski, and as it was told before, it is National Bank of Poland. We are commercial bank in Ukraine, but we are daughter of National Polish Bank. And this partner of actioner was filled so much on the time and needed so much on the full-scale war on the first days. And on the first days, we didn't know what we should do, where should we run, should we restructurization start, maybe stop or evacuate our workers. And there were a lot of challenges, but the stable and help, support, all the time stable. Our actionary help us to go quietly and to go on and help us to open eyes and to understand where we should move on. And after we know that we can't stop, and a lot of speakers today already mentioned that it is not good to stop, it's not possible to stop. And we started to look for ways how to don't stop. About support ways, about possibility of crediting, bank activity, bank part, to be able to finance the Ukrainian business from one time without big problems for us. But we were in conditions we weren't before any time. And we understand that there are problems of our clients and they are here and now, and they can't wait. So 22, it's the year 2022, was set together with international and Ukrainian partners. We were able to build a few programs different, which were able to support business. And one of the programs is help for exporters. Also together with international partners as International Bank of Construction of Development, European Commission through Polish Bank of Economy, national economy, we were able to help to make products which make less risk for bank. We are also members of national programs as national guarantees and other possibilities which are right now in Ukraine, but also support for outside partners is also important to be stable, to be able to develop and to be able to help our clients. So we also stay active on all national programs, which now, and as Tanya told, recently we joined the program of for export companies. We were the first commercial company which joined this. But first of all, there are first national parks, which are like first in the national programs. But we are happy to join it as well. And to be honest, just a second, please. I just skip what is not needed.
Why this program was important for us? We as Polish bank, we had an experience from another side in insurance, in business insurance and insurance of the contracts. So we collaborated with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego through KUKA company. It's export agency in the territory of Poland. So they do the insurance for Polish contracts who would like to come to Ukrainian market. So this program was like 5 years before the war. We were successful, and when Ruslan Hashev said that let's change the law and this insurance will work as it should be, so we realized that it's our chance. And really, this program, it's not about the grants. It was a lot about the grants set. It's a credits program, but it's very effective and gives a chance for exporters to open the new market. To another hand, just to put the roots for the market they already is and get the financing without additional expenses. All expenses what bank could have, the insurer could just give it. That's 85% of the credit is insured, and for bank it's enough. Do not expect the additional guarantee. So it's good for exporters' chance who want to open the new markets and to get the financial for your contract, because the abroad clients not ready to pay before, and for your expenses you need to have the financial pillow like for 12 months, but this credit will give you to do the contract, in time, get money in time, and you can pay the credit due to the contract. You don't need any additional sources of the money. As Tatiana said, our first example, it was client from Dnipro. He was exported furniture. He was for a long time on the market, but he had to find the new markets, new ways. And his client from Bulgaria, it was a new client, and he was not ready to pay before the contract. So we got the credit with insurance, and it's give him a chance to do the production, to work due to contract online, and got the money in time. We have a bank limit. It's not too much to compare to Ostrad Bank, but it's a first step to develop and to see the potential, because the first credit it was 4 million hryvnia, but we have another credit, and we have another application. People are interested, not everyone knows about it. So for now, for us, it's important that it is not really hard. We do not communicate them with this agency. They just can't got the credit and got the credit with like 5, 7, 8 rates. So it's really, really good condition. We have also other success stories. I don't want to take good time from my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that the main aim of our forum is to say the truth, and when we are saying that it's not really complicated, you come to bank, let's work. Thank you. My next question goes to Volodymyr. In the December last year, Bank Lviv and USAID Agency and Development Finance Corporation signed the contract that Bank Lviv will get the credit guarantees for risk for SME. For sure, it's a very important issue for financial sector and for real business, because due to this program, this crediting for MSC was really good, because your client could get better rates and for a longer time. How it works, how MSA can use this program. First of all, I'm very thankful for inviting me for such a big event, for really not big bank from Lviv. Yes, we have very nice instruments. We have additional possibilities for our entrepreneurs. First of all, I would tell a few words about bank, because we are next to Ostrad Bank, which is one of the biggest bank, which is and the Ukrainian Polish Credo Bank, not big one, but we have some possibilities for entrepreneurs, and we want to share them.
більше 30 років.
It was created. Lviv was created more than created more than 300 years ago. We have a Swiss owner. We have 35,000 of clients, which give us secure us that we can do more. And as any business for today,
Стабілізувалися.
we stabilized.
Ми почали шукати
We started to look for other possibilities from our foreign partners, and it gives possibility to get additional price of money. And from the history, from our own story, on the 28th of February, came client who and tell, give me money because I need critically this because our bird keeper needs to give food to chicken, and of course we agreed for such a credit because it was very difficult time. And but speaking about the bank system right now is stable, and there is some need. We need enough money for financing our clients. We have a perfect, very good program for 579, which was helping during COVID and on the start of the war. But we went further to our international foreign partners, thanks to USAID and the agency of American government, which gave us guarantee for $15 million for covering risks. Some kind of insurance, additionally securing for 90% it secure sum of credits. 10% takes bank to most of clients. Clients can receive additional financing without securing what it gives to our clients, our entrepreneurs. So we don't have additional spendings about making documents, material support. We just gave money to help investment goals, but we went further and we think how we can do some kind of full product. And we did for export and importers. All products for up to 450,000 euros without securing. It's very important right now. Let's say for the start of the war, our main goal was money rounding, and now our businesses just invest and buy equipment. To buy equipment. It is for middle business. But we are a bank who is also pay attention to small business. For more small and micro business, we made proposition, which is sum up to 2 million of hryvnias, and such a decision is made during one day. So we come to you, we see it, and after there is decision, and you can use this money. To understand agronomical sector, we credit it actively and financing it. We have such proposition up to 5 million hryvnia without securing, and that's possible during one day. It's critically important for agrarian business. We also see business in reality. We see about group of companies. We can see the real numbers and maybe finance bigger sums if it's possible. Next to it, we have international partners which are ready to give grants. It's in partners with crediting. It's used very well actively. So, for example, equipment is $100,000, but grant is $20,000-$30,000, and next of the sum we are ready to finance to fully close in it. As Offshore Bank, we have a cooperation with the same Oxfam.
до 30 тисяч.
And whereas full
І маємо партнерство з Естонським фондом.
is up to $30,000, and we have a cooperation with Holland company with up to $25,000 Oxfam.
Україні розвиватися.
And previous was grant from government of Germany. Thank you, Volodymyr, and thanks to all the participants of discussion for all your advices. So Ukrainian banks are working. They continue to credit business, to realize grant programs, government and donor organization. It is for working of Ukrainian business. So entrepreneurs can work, can take new markets to make products which will change import to, and to import those who were imported before from Belarus or Russia. And generally, entrepreneurs, piece by piece, continue to rebuild and develop Ukraine, even not counting and during on the up to the factories, there are still going bombs and shelling. And we are very thankful to Ukrainian army forces. Thank you. It was a panel discussion, access to finance and SME, resilient support. Speakers were Yulia Zhulanova, Ощадбанк, Наталія Жзгова,
Для корпоративних клієнтів
Е,
МСБ, Кредобанк,
Кредобанк, Володимир Жгук, Банк Львів. Moderate was Тетяна Лещенко.
USAID конкурентоспроможна економіка України. Запрошуємо наступних спікерів.
Welcome next speakers.
Let's invite next speakers, business support organization helping business navigate brand Vesna, Zelnevet Targ, Julia Bihun, Ochra Home, the founder Irina Tatarchuk, Ukrainian Center for Investigation, Miroslava Godgadze, and the head of office Holos America in East Europe. Welcome. It's nice to meet you. No one in the corridors. We should have very funny panel. Oh, well, it's very complicated, but it's inspiring. We had, we had a session before the session, and it was fun. So let's talk about relocation, conservation, about experience, my colleagues who not only made to survive and rebuild the business, but they managed to rescale, and managed to develop the business during the wartime. And it's a huge success for Ukraine, for Ukrainians, and example for others how in dangerous times you can build, rebuild, and keep doing what you have. We have 4 panelists. I just met them, but what I learned, it's something incredible. We have, I will take just like Inna Skarżynska, one by one. It's the owner Vesna, brand Vesna, firm Vesna, or project Vesna. They are doing the cosmetics for all of us to be beautiful. We have Yaroslav Lesak. He is a CEO, and he's building chemicals, and you can buy them in 10 countries in Europe and also in Ukraine. We have also Julia Bihun. Julia is the owner of Ochra Home, and Julia is doing the lingerie, the home lingerie, and next to warm cabin we can have the lingerie and having the cosmetics. And also we have Irina Tetarczuk. And she's a teacher and inspires. She's a trainer. She helps, she organizes, and she inspires. I want to say that the last year and a half, I live here in Warsaw mainly and visiting Ukraine very, very often. Something what inspires. I'm very inspired by people. When I visit regions, I see how many destruction we have and how strong people are. Because we have gender inequality. So I will ask first to give the man who managed to survive, relocated, rebuild it. Please tell how your experience looked like. Thank you. Thank you, Miroslava. I am glad to be here. I'm glad to be with you. My name is Yaroslav Lesak. I'm CEO and co-founder in Never Dark. We are an Ukrainian innovation company. We are doing smart camins. It's not a gadget. It's just a cabin with a real fire just in a flat. So when we actually found this product, we were oriented for export. We understood that it will be for export and it will be worse product because it was trend. The market was just beginning. It was around 10 producer in the whole world. So we was a startup and we started on Ukrainian market. We were communicated a lot in startup community in Unit City, and everyone said about investments. So we decide, yes, we need to develop our product fast and we need the investments. So we decide that it's our strategy. However, when we learned how to get the investments, so we realized that it's not as easy and it's actually very expensive money. So we decided at that moment, our company, it was small, but we earn, so we can stay without investments. We have enough own money and we can invest our own money. It's enough for operation, but not enough for growing. So we had to find the new ways of growing. First, we go to the banks. They refused us because we didn't show our good results and good reports, financial reports. So then we found for ourselves grants. We got different grants. It was governmental grants, non-governmental, international grants, and finally we found USAID. And due to a program about concurrency, we got the grant. And we managed to become an exporter. We did the certification, we did the better products, we did the international side. Yaroslav, from this moment, you got your money and war happened. How it was? It was actually an accident. We got the certificate just 4 months before the war. It was just a beginning for opening new market. And when war becomes, we realize that Ukrainian market is actually lost because our product is not what is needed for our company, but actually the money from abroad, it's actually new places for new employers, and it's actually what our state needs. So we focused on export. We got support from our European dealers. We relocate our production from Kyiv to Chernivtsi for less risk. And after 1 year work in Chernivtsi, we kept 30 employees. We got 20 another people. We scale our production like 3 times, and now we are in 10 different countries in Europe. So we will continue the story, and let's go to Inna. Inna, could you say about your company? You was in Bucha. You did not have to run only with 4 your children, but also you had to just rebuild your business. What's your experience?
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here in Poland. I can't express the thankfulness that I feel to Polish nation and what I will feel to the full life, during full life. My history is that I lived in Bucha. Our industry was in Bucha, and we lived happily. And we were kind of like blind of the happiness. But we met were very risky because we lived next to airport in Gostomel, and when you wake up because of bombing, you don't think about company, you think about your life and life of your kids. And we oriented, and we went to Warsaw here. I saw amazing things which Polish nation do for Ukrainians. And what they did immediately, they oriented. And that fundament of help is able to be written in books, and we should remember it and understand who us not just gave help, but and who is fighting with us, for us, and who is not tired of the war. My industry kind of lived through occupation, or maybe not lived through occupation. The building was is still, but all the production was like they just leave. They left only tables. They took everything from our company. So the story is that I needed not just to renovate from zero, but also there were some minuses because I had some problems, and I had responsibility. We had credit. There was like a laboratory after. That's what we met after. But I'll say as what Ukraine has known materially, it is not possible to never take it away from person. And I can't express how we did it, but during 2 months we renovated totally. People helped us. People donate for cosmetics. I was thinking that donation are going just for fighters. Foundation USAID help us with relocation. During 6 months, we lived from USAID money. We received documentation for certification. We are now in process of European certification, and we didn't even dream about that. So there were a lot of things. I was thinking that I was like bombed through inside, that I was like a bomb because of being tired, angry. I was working by myself during these months. It is possible to do in credit stuff, but not possible to do it for people. During first months, people were just coming to work as volunteers. I was the person who quit immediately. So there was a decision to go out from Bucha, and that was important because we saved kids. Second was that I have nothing, but I'll just take mixer and we'll do creams for the fighters, for the front line. So if there are idea you go into space, there are possibilities given to you. We immediately after occupation started to make creams for frontline, but that was needed from the fire pain, from blooding. When we just transferred to Lviv, we did 3,000 creams for women from Mariupol. And you remember what was happening in April. So it's some kind of small things, but when you think about woman, about her, what is important for her? Because it's important for us, it's beauty. We always want to be beautiful. Even abroad, a lot of our clients, when I was going through fields of Borodyanka, I put in my backpack cosmetics of Vesna, and there were story. How could I don't do something for them? I was like, I was afraid. I wasn't afraid. I was just thinking to look also beautiful. It's something what is associated with home, with security, and how it is possible to react in different way. Thank you, Ina. It's really inspiring story. I will go to Yulia. Yulia is a lot of vectors, personality. It is something amazing. She's about working with, like, to stop to stop bombing, to stop fighting, but also about and first of all, how it was possible to stay with business and to develop it. I thank you very much for invitation. Our project is called Off the Home. We are special for bed sheets. Our bed sheets are done by moms of kids with disabilities and people with disabilities. With my husband, we did charity projects. And we were doing, but I was tired of asking for money for that. And I was thinking, what is possible to do? Not just ask for money to don't take 25,000 K for operation of kid, but just to take this money and to finance it. That's how Ohra was born. And the second way was what to do is to employ moms of kids with disabilities. It is really hard for them to find well-paid work. Those women are work as cleaners or part-time jobs. It is not a work. We just teach them from zero. We gave them a new profession. We teach them how to sew, and we employ them. And when the war started, we were just 1 year old project. Generally, small. Yelena will be next. After the Ohra started, I was on the 7th month of pregnancy. And I was on the business camp from USAID, and that was like a first big step, very nice one. And I'm very thankful because I received very nice knowledge, which I use it now because it's kind of story of success. I was green, young, I didn't know nothing, and they gave me needed knowledge, and I use it very well and realize it them. So I am very thankful for those possibilities, and I am very happy, proud what I did that I'm sitting here generally. When the war started, I was going out from Kyiv. I felt it, and I know that it could be. It was second of my transfer. I am from Lyman, from Donetsk Oblast. My city was 4 years in occupation. It's almost lost totally. It happened that my classmate, ex-classmate, is mother of a kid with disability, and she asked me to make project in Leman. Is it possible to do something like that, sir? And I asked for grant, wrote it to make also such stuff in Donetsk Oblast, but town is almost lost because of bombing. I was there last week, and it's not possible to see it. I don't know. Thankfully, I wasn't there when everything was happening there. Is it from childhood? Yes, I grew up there. But where the people die and you just do all the payment and there are still shelling and bombing there. When the war started, I was going out from Kyiv, and all our moms, I was sending money, salary in front of, because I understood that anything could happen and I'm responsible for those people. And we were very lucky. Maybe I had a feeling from God. In front of money, I just pay a lot of equipment for doing. And we were able to sew on these sheets until autumn of previous year. And when the war started, I was going of 45 kids with disabilities to the camp in Spain. Those kids which doesn't have families. And in this day, the journalist was calling. We want to take interview from you for someone who is working during the war, but I wasn't working there actually. I wanted to just sell the equipment and maybe take it and bring it home. I was calling my husband, and he said everything will be good. It's all will be from God. The husband of Julia is priest, normal priest, not sectant. When we met, you ask, is it a Protestant church? No, it's Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Our Ukrainian from Kyiv. Everything is okay. He told that everything will be good, and this journalist, I was just calling girls. A lot of our moms transferred to Poland. Again, as same as Ina, I'm very thankful to Polish nation. In those, this is the most hard moment, especially for moms with kids with disabilities. It was a big support because relocation with kids with disability is way harder, and Polish nation gave those needed help. I was calling girls, telling, we have interview in 1 week, what are you doing? And then it happens that only our mom. There are 2 women with disabilities, and one of them is Olena. She said, I'm in Fasto, let's work. And she said, I have interview, we have to work. And thanks to this interview, I was not able to tell no truth on the interview and tell, we just started, like really started. And I am just telling how successfully we are working. It was an interview from Iron Business. And the most funny in this situation that at the end of on the year there was a premiere, story of the year, and we received those premiere awards. And on this award, I told that even if you wouldn't ask me to receive this interview, I was not able if we would still be working there. But all our girls came back, and we successfully continue working. Our orders is smaller. Before we had really good production numbers. We were working for big production of hotel businesses. We were doing bed sheets for them. Now it is less, but I am very thankful for this possibility because I met so much people. In 2019, USAID just made like made me, and I was going, and now it is the same feeling. And soon will be grant, and I am ready. Everything is ready. So I hope for it.
I don't know if I can say that, but actually this forum, especially for me, gave a huge opportunity to meet people who are for our very social company, give opportunities in the future. What is our social responsibility from the beginning? We are creating the 30% of our income. It goes for medical needs for children. We have very little production, but over 1 million hryvnia we donated for Force Army. Last year we bought the fourth car for the army. I know that others are doing more, but actually our moms are really doing really good. It's a women with disabilities, and my aim is to show how strong they are, that even they can help. I'm really proud of them because Ochrakom, it is not me, it is this women. Julia, thank you. When I just come, I tried to gather people who and said, I don't know what I will say. What should I say? And you heard Julia. She can talk, and she can act. It was very good about. Inspire. Ira actually makes such inspiration, give power how to get and how to motivate. Thank you, Miroslava. Thank you all who come. Thank you for organization, for USAID. We working with this program around 5 years. And maybe for us, there was such a empower, and we are giving this empower to another companies. Our project is from the theory to practice. We started from very little beginning, what we need, where in this, how to find the female leader, how to find her and to show such bright examples, such leadership, such business who do not just only survive but inspire others. The story begins 5 years ago. We wrote the application grant. We learned how to be the global, very good research. We are doing this research through 500 businesswomen, the relocation about business hub and financial support for paying services. And last year, at the beginning of the war, it was very actual for 16 business, and Ina actually gets the certification due to this program and very other initiatives. This story is about if someone has an idea or someone had the product, and we are doing everything to create this product or realize this idea. We are not running for short-term grants. It's very deep collaboration. When we come back, even if they are sure that they forget about us. Yes, Ina and Victoria, her daughter, you look, you have the application, you need to go this or there. And we have a long story. Yes, we are kind of mentors. We also have some experts, speakers who can support and follow. Such stories helps to survive in very hard moments when you can find the support. When we are back about topic of relocation, girls talk about it. Relocation, it's not only the relocation of the business. When we are in Ternopil and Lviv, they ask about huge rental for and also relocation of the families. We are working with small business, uh, but actually it's a business very small. It's about bread on a table or some small tourism, but it's not a big business. It's just surviving for the family. Sometimes it's one or two people, sometimes it's a spouse, and they do not have nothing besides it. And so when they relocate their life, not the equipment. So they have to think where the child should go to school, about mom and dad, about pension. This it's a relocation, not only about the space for the business, it's space for the family, infrastructure, how to find employee in very small city, how to find the specialist for such very special company like cosmetics. It must be very partnership, and I want the government and some our donors good collaborate in it, because when we see from 2014 it's a system problem. We do not have only the waves, but every 3 years we have to 2014 the occupation, then it was COVID, now it's a war. We need such need, and we have to think if relocated people, they are relocated temporarily or for a long time, and what to do for a long time. It's very good persuade. Let's talk about need. I want to ask our businesses, what now? Now, in our condition, what do you need the most? Uh, what do you need from society? The understanding, help, support, and what do you need from investors, from Western investors, Western governments? If they say they help a lot and ready to help, do you see this support?
Thank you. From the start, I wanted to say that I am amazed of all those amazing women, girls. Really, I'm just can't stand. You're really amazing. I just feel that soon in Ukraine there will be matriarchat, and but I think that it still will be all good. I trust you, our country. With you, everything will be good. From the point of support, what I wanted to say, we already speak about grant support. I can speak about that for a long time, how I helped with relocation, Alexei, how helped it, how we went for financing banking. It's all super important things from which small business became big. When it from startup, you became a systematic business. And after you feel power and you can go forward. Globally, of course, when we dream about for the future, I would like as entrepreneur and also as citizen to have our country rich, that our citizens would be rich, so there will be no special need for going for export to feel good in our country. Tell concretely what is needed in your business. That's women attitude. That's
Бізнесу потрібен ринок, я ж
Business needs market. That's what I'm talking.
якщо є
If there
внутрішній, то це
are
супер. Якщо немає внутрішнього, то
inside
потрібен
market,
Звичайно,
it's
бізнесу
good.
потрібні
If
знання,
not, then we
але
need to
бізнесу
go outside.
потрібні
Of
знання, я
course,
постійно це бачу.
small
Навіть,
business needs knowledge, and I see it
зустрічаюсь
all
з
the
тим, що
time,
люди взагалі не вірять в те, що
especially
є
when I
грант.
speak.
Ну,
And
що цих
people
грантів
sometimes
повно.
don't believe that there are even grants, even counting that there are a lot around. But I always met people, for example, in Chernivtsi, because in Kyiv I know it more or less. But in Chernivtsi, when I see about entrepreneurs, there are 7 business clubs, and none of those members didn't receive any grant. How?
Вони вже є давно.
Even counted that they are for a long time. Knowledge is needed, openness is needed, and allowance for financing such programs. As we use program DK plus 579.
Комбінація.
A combination,
Ми завдяки
yeah.
цій комбінації
Thanks to this
отримали
combination, we received
кредит.
a credit in
Все,
bank.
тепер вже завдяки цьому
And thanks to those financing, we are able to survive
середній бізнес. Ми вже
as middle business, not
так
just
що, ну,
startup.
такі речі,
So, such
підкреслити,
things.
далі передам дівчат.
I will speak more to women. What I wanted to say for all years when I work in the cosmetic market, I had a big vision to tell not just the world and Ukraine that there are Ukrainian cosmetic and we have it and it's the best. What I need as owner and founder of Vesna brand, I wanted that our women and men will stop having complex of being glad that someone can do better. If Ukrainian brands do cosmetic for face, they own from Ukrainian field from Ukrainian vegetables. Plants believe that why should someone do better? Because also this complex of being smaller, less important, partners also feel it when you don't trust your own person who do it, you stop also the partners to show. I feel that I am heard in Lithuania, Canada, Poland, Japan. They want to try. They are amazed by our bravery, but after there are also creams. Wow, they're really natural and the smell is good. And for now, right now, there is a distribution in which there are stay in line for our cosmetics. And there is not something what I need is Ukrainians to buy Ukrainian. And we have such market. And sometimes it is happening that it's nothing bad that I buy this cream, but it's financing the shelling bombs which is happening when you buy it in Russia. Because even something small you buy is even for snipers, and someone could be killed for that. You financing it. I understand that in each country there are markets. But Ukraine is fighting with the world enemy, and we want to leave. Ukrainians want to leave. Me personally, I was working in Poland, in Warsaw. I'm a few days in Poland, and I sleep quietly. Of course, I don't sleep in a dangerous place, but I understand where there is air alarm. There is possible that it will kill me and my people. And this is a lottery. And I was walking quietly. I was walking quietly. I was sleeping quietly. I want to live like that, and it's normal. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. We talk about Ukrainian. I have also social. I also support Ukrainian social business. I bought some fashion bracelets. Oh yeah, that's very interesting. It's very interesting business. Children drawing. Julia, what do you need? Well, I really close to Inna. Yesterday I arrived to Poland. We were driving in a car and something was flying and I said, oh my God, it's a rocket. No, the sky is clear and the sky is safe. And even if you see the plane, you just think, oh, it must be a rocket. Maybe it's only mind phobia, but we have this mental phobias of rockets. To be in Ukraine now and to keep and or start building the business, it's one kind of being brave. It's a challenge, and especially for women who go abroad and they back for doing new business. It's a challenge. You Miroslava said about understanding clients' understandings. What I mean, what I met, the client understands, and it was not before that client understands, especially when we had electricity problems with electricity, and sometimes, for example, we were late with our contracts for a week. Not in the beginning. So our supplier was the warehouse just burned. Yes, totally, because our supplier was totally burned. And what we need, I think the whole world gives a really huge support. I don't remember who said it, but now it's time for all Ukrainian in the world, and we shouldn't just pass it. And every country you can find the support for Ukraine. It's our time. Do not lose it. USAID gives a huge support, grant support, forums, study programs. Just take and do. It's your time, and I'm sure. Thank you. When we are talking about gravy, I wanted to be back to our unique man in this panel because he has a very fantastic brand, and he presented and
Дякую.
tell us. Yes, thank you.
Ми,
Well,
коли відновили
when
виробництво
we
в
renew
Чернівцях після
our
релокації
production
і почали
after
працювати з
relocation in
дилерами,
Chernivtsi, when we started to work with the
у
dealers,
нас завжди на коробках ми писали
we on our boxes
всі
we
українські
wrote
виробники
made in
пишуть.
Ukraine,
Але нам
same
здалося,
as
що
all
якось цього,
production, but
недостатньо.
we thought
Тобто,
maybe
якось
it's not enough.
нам дуже хотілося якось це
We
підкреслити,
wanted
тому що
just to
раніше
underline
Made in
it.
Ukraine це було просто
Before
Made in
made in
Ukraine.
Ukraine
Зараз
means
Made in
just
Ukraine
made
це
in
попри
Ukraine.
все,
Now
насправді.
made in Ukraine, it's
І,
despite
і коли ми це
all the
усвідомили, якби,
obstacles. And
у
when
нас
we
от
realize
створився
it,
такий бренд, от я його маю на
we have a
своїй
brand.
футболці,
I have
Made
it
in
on my
Ukraine, no matter what.
T-shirt,
У нас
made in
є
Ukraine, no matter
тризуб,
what.
і
We have also
цей значок
our
символізує і те, що ми показуємо російському кораблю.
symbol,
Ви
and
всі
that's
знаєте.
what we
І
show
це так
to Russian ship.
зайшло нашим
You
дилерам,
know,
почали це
so
всюди
we put it
друкувати
on
на
our
каталогах
boxes,
і
in
на
our
наших коробках.
catalogs,
І це так
in
зайшло
our
нашим
boxes,
дилерам,
and
вони
our
так
dealers
відчули це
really
насправді.
like
І
it.
потім ще до
They
нас почали
feel it and they
звертатися
ask,
різні наші
look,
там друзі,
look,
і
friends,
просто
and
в
ask
соцмережах вони побачили, в мене
in
там на
social,
фоні на Фейсбуці стоїть
when we have this
цей
brand
логотип,
like
всі його бачать.
logo,
І людям почало заходити, вони
and
почали
people like
звертатись,
it,
а
and they
подаруйте нам
ask,
футболку, а дайте нам
give us a
підпис, і ми
t-shirt,
друкуємо.
or
І ми
give us,
вирішили, що якщо це так
and
заходить,
so
то нащо нам
we
його
decide, so,
привласнювати, ми
okay, if
подаруємо цей
it's
бренд
great,
світу.
so we
Тому
can
я
brand it for the
хочу
world.
звернутись
So
до всіх, якщо
I
вам
can
це також
ask
резонує
if
і
you
вам це
like,
заходить,
if you
то
like our
звертайтесь,
brand
ми вам подаруємо
logo.
цей
So
макет і можете
you
його
are welcome.
використовувати.
You can use
Можемо
it.
футболки надрукувати
We
без
can
нашого
make a
бренду,
print
просто такі, як ми.
without our brand,
Дякую.
just like we can. Great. Made
No
in
matter.
Ukraine, no matter what. It's we need to finish our panel. Only one about your dreams and plans.
Мрія, я думаю,
Well,
у всіх одна.
dreams is one for all of us. It's a victory.
Плани, напевно,
The
скажу
plans,
очі.
very working plans to start two new programs about supporting female enterprises, and we are working on it. And really want to plan work of my organization with business for active, but not when we come to business, but as business come to us. I don't mean me, I mean organization, association, alliances who can support you. Do not expect that someone will find you, plan your activities for 3 years despite everything. Be prognostic. Think what can be. Knock and door will be opened. Be vision. Be noted. Looking for us. And you will be much higher, and you will be proud of yourself. Thank you.
У мене не те, щоб мрія, у мене
I
є
have not just
впевненість,
especially
є
a
таке
dream, but
бачення,
I am sure of, I have a vision of
Україна, ми
that
побачимо невдовзі
Ukraine will
Україну
be seen
як
as
дуже потужну,
very
заможну
powerful,
європейську державу,
rich European
які
country
живуть впевнені
in which
і горді,
sure and
впевнені і горда
proud
собою нація.
people, nation are living in.
І я
And to
дуже
me,
сподіваюся, що
I
дуже
really
скоро
hope that very
продукти
often
написом Made in
Ukrainian
Ukraine за
products
ними
made
буде
in
стояти
Ukraine,
черга по
there
всій
will be a
Європі.
queue for
І
them in all
коли в
Europe.
Європі
And
будь-де,
when in
або навіть
Europe,
не тільки в Європі, в будь-якому
in not
куточку
only
світу,
in Europe, all around the world,
хто буде дізнаватися,
anyone
що ти
would
українець,
learn that you're
це насправді вже
Ukrainian,
відбувається.
but it's
Хто до
happening
тебе буде
already.
підходити, тиснути тобі руку,
Sarah will
обіймати і
come to
казати,
you,
«Прошу
will
вибачте».
shake your hand, will
Будь
hug, and will
надзвичайно
say,
нація.
"You are super cool. You are an amazing nation."
Я хочу сказати
I
спочатку
wanted to
про свої
say
плани, потім
about
про
my
мрії.
plans, after about dreams, plans. Personally, of Vesna, to make a place where spring is burning. It will be some kind of way where there are a lot of plants which are growing here in Ukraine. Ecology, very clean production, where a person can come with team or family and to see how Vesna is growing on their own eyes. First of all is to wake up and to reborn, because Vesna is a symbol of reborn. I want to all Earth to just stop from what is happening, because not just in Ukraine but all around the year. I have a dream that people will be able to live, to love, to be happy from each other, despite anything what we lived through this year of war. For the spring and for the love. Regarding our plans, I have a dream for longer time. We want to make a space where my moms are working with the flexible schedule. I dream that our women, maybe not necessarily that there will be moms of kids with disabilities. We have them, of course. We have another girl who is working from Kharkiv to make in our own workplace a space where a mother can come with kids and kid can stay and mom can work, and that's my dream. And I really dream, and I know that thanks to people I met on forum, Ohra Forum will be masштабing and will be doing far more abroad of Ukraine, and that's one of idea for USA. And I know, I'm sure that we will do that, because it's time for everything Ukrainian in the world.
And I'm sure that our bed sheets should be bought not because it is suited by moms with of kids with disabilities, but because it is beautiful and good quality. It is possible that it is often that our buyers know that it is used by moms of kids with disabilities only after they buy it and see the card inside tag. I don't know if it is true, but we do it like that. Thank you very much to all our participants made in Ukraine no matter what. And that's time of Ukraine and times of being together, cooperation, and time of life and love. Thank you very much to all.
Від переміщеного бізнесу, перспективи та виклики, соціальний вплив. Так називалась панельна дискусія. Спікер
That was our speakers were Ina Starzycka,
Юлія Бігун, засновниця ООН,
Юлія Бігун, Ірина Татарчук,
Українського центру сприяння
Ярослав Лисак, Julia Bihon and Yaroslava Konhadze was moderator. The next, we are waiting for lunch break. Please come back to the hall at 2 p.m. 15 minutes after. We will speak about how Ukrainian business should be starting working in Poland. Survive crisis. This is the name of the next panel. Please take your seats, everyone.
Спікерів.
Also, I would like to welcome speakers, Hanna Kritsuk, President of Business Women Club, Lida Kritsuk, Yaroslav Romanchuk, President of Association of Ukrainian Business in Poland, Marcin Nowacki, Vice President of Polish Association of Business, and me, Yaroslava, will be moderator.
Мгм. Добрий день, шановні спікери. Що
Good afternoon, dear speakers. We will start now. Thank you for your participation. Our panel will be doing business in Ukraine, challenges and opportunities. That's a topic about today's panel discussion. Our speakers, Hanna Kritsuk, as we told before, business club, women business club. Dina Sidash, vice president of Dnipro Promysl Palata, Dmytro Association of Ukrainian Business, Marcin Nowacki, president of Association of Polish Business. Welcome everyone. And moderator is Alexandra Ilashenko. So the first question, how was activity was doing on the 23rd of February 2022, 24th of February. Let's start maybe from the start. Ярослав. So I understand I should start. Thank you for invitation, for possibility to take part in the round table today on the forum. In the morning I heard, listened. Actually, I really like use people, those who have light and eyes with fire. It is really hard to find employers who had eyes in fire, and especially in such difficult time, it is difficult to say it. So I was inspired by the idea. Coming back to the start of the full-scale war, to those awful times of start of occupation, there were three the most important tasks which were in front of me as of head and as of owner of business. And they were shared by three parallel. So there weren't like first, second, third, but three parallel tasks. So there were support and helping secure to make secure for family and for employees. And in these employees of association, because the process was started, not started process, but it became time for everyone needed support from the board of support, additionally to help with some direction, moral support, and it was not easy time. Second part was connected with the clients, because some of them needed help, a lot of them, and part of clients were companies who were under in the front line. And who were in the regions where active fires were. And third, a part was humanitarian aid. I will start from the last part. We mobilized immediately. It was totally spontaneously. There weren't special meetings. I'm speaking about members of association. maybe almost half, maybe even more, came with the idea to help military forces. So firstly, there were like military stuff, like vests, helmets, and so on. Members of association already had their warehouse in Helm and Lutsk, and that was make us possibility to organize also logistics. And that was our first work, our ideas, works. And what is happening now? Because
Well, look, nothing changed. From only one point, what changed, it's less problems connected with relocation with a family because they understand how to move. They are located in safe places. Most of them works. There's people who works and we do not understand what will happen in half a year, but we understand what's going on now. So the only point what we have, it's a relocation for business. However, the problems are different. It's actual the question of humanitarian aid, but it's also different need because needs are different. So we reoriented in everything what is connected with a human eye. So we work for Samian drones. What is new? What is new? It's preparing the aid and support for Polish business and investors. How to come to Ukrainian market. Yesterday I was talking about it, and we are grateful for the ZPP. One is governmental organization, another private association, and they connect like 10,000 different enterprises. So they organize the mobilizing of Polish investors and Polish business. From our side, we are doing two things. What we can do as association, as a legal group, we can every year we are doing the forum. It's a Polish-Ukrainian Business Days. It's a platform for government and non-government organizations, associations, business. And this year, on the 27th of April, we had forums, and we invited also the represents of East regions because we have a lot of members from West Ukraine and they come, but we bring also these people from Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Mykolaiv, also was Zhytomyr and Kyiv. But first of all, we invited representatives from the east of Ukraine. And second part, what we are doing, our little brick in the victory. With our team, our advocacy, our partner, we prepared and finished the translation, the business law for investors in Polish. We plan in July to publish the book. We planned for economical forum in Karpacz to present it. It's our little brick. So two pieces of our task at the beginning, they are the same. They transformed a little bit. Priorities are different. Our work with preparing and supporting international investors and Polish business to introduce into Ukrainian market for building. Ms. Hanna, how your work was looked 23rd, 24th February, and how your activity is it different now? Hello everyone. First of all, every single day is different. So war is in 2014 begins. So from that time, some kind of form changed. We are more calm and we are more global. We include more people in help. All these people who were years ago, they are doing business in different ways. They have rescaled business, and we understand that the most valuable is our social capital. It's investments of milliards of people who invest time, opportunities, and risks. And it's much more valuable than just the money. We have many activities for last year. Unfortunately, our club, Business Forum Club, we met the war in Dubai. It was an economical mission. All meetings with sheikhs and so on, they were cancelled because they were afraid. They didn't know what to tell us. But the worst was when you talk about investments and you have to offer for Asian market, but you talk and you don't know if you have the safety place for be back. All these forum activities in international countries, it's over 33 a year. And it's during the last 8 years, and we understood what's going on. And everyone, the most important things after 24th of February, it was 2K questions. It's question of people and connections. It was the main, and so we think that communication is very important. It is important to exchange your experience. It is important to work with professionals to decide your problems, to solve your problems fast, and it saved the life. Because it's really hard when you can't get a call to your close people. Even if you go to the humanitarian mission, you don't know what's going on. It's like a fight between life and death, and it's like our everyday situation. I'm very glad that Europeans do not feel and see this smell, this visualization, this fight of life and death every day. You are just go out and you do not understand if you are still alive or not. I don't want our children see it in the future, and we adults have to do it. And it's not only words, but only with our examples, and to be concentrated for victory and to give the example how it is not allowed to take the decision for destruction for people, nature, and all these values, European values, are cancelled. All this institution must compare about values, and life is the biggest value of our children and life of people like we are. Why I'm so far? Maybe because actually it is the most important. All what we do about economical, about law, and great that you have a book. We will open Ukrainian house, and we really hope that economical forum front is very important, because we talk about people, about life, and actually money. The third point, what we have, it's money, and economical front is very important. We are really grateful for USAID. This program, especially this program, is very important to do our best, what we can meet at the platforms like this, exchange experience like right now, that in the moment when we have so many challenges, global challenges, and we have good perspective in different programs. And because the war, we need to find very quick solutions how to survive survive, how to stop this killing as in Ukraine. Our club, when the war started, became a coordination platform in very fast decision, a meeting for experts, collaboration with government, who is responsible, because the problem of discommunication, it was a problem that can just solve very easy with one telephone call, and people sometimes just disappeared. They were bombing. Sometimes some people was dead. So we started a coordination center between government, force, and volunteers to evacuate people from Ukraine and to bring the humanitarian aid to the point, and in very basic level help to survive this business who would like to stay in Ukraine. We change all of it. We change first of all to protect our health with some medicine. It was easy solutions because a lot of people just left. And it was no employers, so you need to be multifunctional. Manager was also sometimes a cleaner, and to give some services for these who stayed, and also to guarantee some safety if it was possible. So first we did the bulletproof vest. So from all clubs, platforms, we get people, international community for aiding Ukraine. At the moment, it's 73 countries, 170 funds, organizations, also embassies, a few deputies, and first 2 months it was the coordinating and meetings. Without it, we wouldn't. I think we saved like 2,000-3,000 of life. These people would be just die.
Amazing work. We are sorry, but we have some time. We want to speak about Polish level who continued with organization CEP. Marcin, please tell how your organization was changing from the 23rd, 24th of February, and now we are direct partners. You have business in Warsaw, and you help us very much on different levels as partners, as friends. I will speak more about your work, about what Hanna was speaking.
Thank you very much for having me here. So first of all, it was a very human thing to be also active in a humanitarian way. So already in March, April, we were on our way to mostly to Lviv, supplying our colleagues, our counterparts, with pharmaceutical products. We are a business organization, and pharma business is a large part of our activity, so it was very easy for us to acquire products and then supply them directly to Ukraine, and we did it ourselves. But very soon we realized that the point for us, the core business for ZPP is doing business. So we realized that this is the place, the area where we should be active, and we should develop more and more business ties, business connections. So we started that, or we opened the office in Kiev to have this kind of gateway for Ukrainian businesses in the process of entering Polish, European markets. So we basically follow the market. We see now that, I mean, for a year now, that the market need is to support, to somehow facilitate business processes between Ukraine and Poland. So we do that. So we mostly communicate with Ukrainian businesses, with companies that want to develop their trade, business operations, investments in Poland or in the region, and we support them in basically doing that. The strength of ZPP is the large base of members. We are a federation of businesses consisting of different sectors, different local, regional groups. So for some sectors, it's easy for us to support companies in B2B relations. We can introduce individual companies to our members, even wider to companies that are generally present in Poland. And second thing we do, this is again part of our core business, we are a group of interests. We are in a way lobbyists at the European level. We are even registered as lobbyists. But in Poland, we have this special status of employers group. So we lobby for a particular legal framework for regulations. We are present in the parliament, in the committees, subcommittees. So from the day one of the large-scale invasion, we were active in the process of developing good legal framework for Ukrainians, for Ukrainian businesses, right now for also Polish businesses to have tools and means to be present in Ukraine. So just to start.
Thank you. Далі я б хотіла передати слово Діна.
Then I would like to give word to Dina, please. We would like to hear you about as representative from Ukrainian side and how now it is doing. You are representative of structure of Ukrainian business, and you see how it is doing, and especially such work, and also it is about image of Ukrainian entrepreneurs. We are not crying, we are acting, we are not. Please tell how it is working now.
Well, I'll back a bit. For beginning of the war, we decided that we stay in Dnipro. Yes, we were shocked. At the beginning, we didn't know what to do. It was a bit stimulating, was collaboration with USAID about competitive economics. It was micro project for snacks and some food for relocated people in Ukraine, and it was supporting for refugees, internal refugees, and our enterprises. So at the beginning, we all were shocked, but then later on, we started to look for new logistical ways and new solutions. Our central office were looking at new solutions. We met with ministries, with different associations, organizations, and we as a Chamber of Commerce and our partners, we started to look for new instruments. We started with new instrument, the project Stand for Ukrainian Business. And this project was about diagnostics, business needs of the business. So we were looking in Dnipro enterprises, the three buildings for relocation, and we ask if you are ready to get for relocation another enterprise from Lugansk, Kharkiv. And when we had it, the database, we had the project about supporting the relocation initiated and supported by USAID, the program about economics, and this program was the base for future initiatives, what we are doing now and what we start now. I just want to share I'm staying in touch with some enterprises, and some of them just leave the opinions. This relocated, and I'm asking, how are you? We are working. Yes, we have new line. We are doing the certification, looking some new opportunities in Europe. We found new clients in Moldova. And when you receive such information, it's a director, and there is no reason for lie. And when you got such feedback, you understand that the way was correct. We did what we had to do. And donors, our friends in Chamber of Commerce helped us. At the moment, we can offer a lot for business. We are the only Chamber of Commerce, and we have a Ukrainian German office. We have the specialist in who speaks in German, and we have the straight contact with the Germany Chamber of Commerce. As a good friends, they helped us with humanitarian aid for internal refugees, and a lot of people from Mariupol, was Dnipropetrovsk, all our regions were full of people from Mariupol, and such help was very in time. We have also the Center of Expert Support. Our specialists could consult from the beginning about finding the code of the good and finding the partners. We can give this support and help enterprises to develop in it way. We are also a partner as a Chamber of Commerce in Dnipro. We are working on Enterprise Europe Network, this platform. I'm sure that a lot of people knows about this platform. It's a free of charge platform how to find the international partners. In the previous panel, Irina said that we invite enterprise to find your association. It could be according to the branches or clusters or Chamber of Commerce. We have different organizations supporting business. You will get information about opportunities, because a lot of, even in this forum, they ask, are you doing this? Really? Really, are you doing? It was a possibility. Why I didn't know that? That's why we invite you, be a member of association, get information support, what projects are on, which events are planned. A lot of associations are doing events free of charge, a lot of webinars. Also, we teach the basis of export. Don't stay in vacuum. Use your system, ecosystem that we have in Ukraine now, and to get new opportunities. That's actually the perfect about my future question. Very often we stay in vacuum. You said about communication problems that sometimes we don't know very often about opportunities. Just shortly, 2-3 organizations in Poland and in Ukraine that every single businessman should know when he comes to Ukraine or to Poland.
Okay, so can I start? Let's go. Firstly, it is trade industry pallets, trade industry Ukrainian pallet. I know that they are very active. In Ukraine, it is TPP. It's colleagues for which I can say that in each region there is trade industry pallet. goes there, ask what possibilities they can give to a business. As we are part of support of business, we advise you to follow their pages, their association for support for business. There is no enter membership for association for entrepreneurs. As I told before, there are business possibilities. There are sitting one responsible colleague who is looking for all grants, learning possibilities, and they put it on the one app website. Additionally, they send international gadgets. Both of them. Just follow their Facebook pages, even if you don't want to go directly there to know the last news.
Дякую.
Thank you. Marcin?
To three project that's really important for Ukrainian entrepreneurs here.
Oh gosh, that's I think there are many depending on your needs. If you have legal needs and you really want to go and go dig into the administrative procedures or legal issues, I would definitely recommend you to go to Yaroslavl. Or with administrative, purely administrative interest to the PAIH, so Polish Trade and Investment Agency. If you're looking for business connections, logistical support, transport, then definitely move to one of the business associations. There are 2-3 large employers associations in Poland. The PP is one of them. I think that the most active in terms of Polish-Ukrainian projects. So it really depends. There's the whole ecosystem right now where you can move, even here in the Google campus, other places in Warsaw where you can meet relevant people. And Ukrainians themselves are really integrated and well organized in Warsaw. So throughout, probably the best way would be, if you are outsider to Warsaw and Poland, to ask your colleagues, your friends, Ukrainians present in Poland to somehow move you and recommend to a specific place. But we would be happy to help, even in those difficult fields. We work in agriculture. We are also involved in grain issues, transit. So if there is anything difficult in place, this is where we are also doing our best to be active and to face the situation.
Thank you. Ганна, ви сьогодні згадували дуже багато
You met today in different countries. Please put on my presentation. I have 2 minutes for that. If possible, please. Especially the end when I will be speaking to change it. In Ukraine country, it is where you should ask its office of president in Ukraine. It is really changing now and deciding where to work and how to work. Another is industry work, which is independent, not like other structures. And of course, each should. They have the only
not enrolled in any other political power, and we actually have our office in a chamber of commerce, the same as because it's independent structure. Besides, in Ukraine, it's over 15 very strong clubs and companies, CEO Club, Young Business Club, in Embassy of US, 15. We have 15 clubs. We have our points, Phillies. It's in 22 countries. Could you please go to the slide? So, because I can actually name, but the most important, what works really best, because it's international office of help Ukraine. It's the representatives of all different organizations. We are co-founder, but it's the only platform international. All are volunteers. A lot of organization, embassies, 12 deputies from the parliament. Otherwise, we couldn't bring so many humanitarian aid just to bring it. So we can. So you see, it's like a lot of organizations. All the most important organizations are part of this platform. This is for the end of 2022, and in this year it's 12 more organizations. It is global initiatives, events on the international level, and that's how to contact us with different projects. So the projects in 73 countries are coordinators. In Poland, it's Weronika Marczuk. I don't know if there's any question that we didn't have in our organization. We have some representatives of the banks about some import expert groups, how to focus also, and it's the most important now. It's a drones for Ukraine. We have initiative 1,000 drones for Ukraine. It's actually it's the eyes of our soldiers. It's very important. Mr. Yaroslav, you know everyone. Thank you. Yes. I will try to do shortly. If we're talking about Poland, I would say PFR group. It's a PARP, KUKE, and other organization, PAIH. It's the whole group. If we are talking about non-government organization, and it's not because Marcin is sitting here, but ZPP at the moment is non-government organization which really helps and works a lot and open the office in Ukraine. So I wouldn't say that it's different, but PFR is a leader in this group. However, they are important. What else I would say, and it's only 1 week ago. First, we had a meeting. It's board next to President Andrzej Duda. The ambassador was board about business. So it was a proposal to create some working groups close to President of Poland. So it's business also is very important, active from the first day of war. You are doing great jobs. The Association of Business in Poland, we are open. We are open not only to help the members of association, but to all. If we are talking about Ukraine, we do not have such business structures. When we are talking about Ukraine Invest, it's very important. It is more supporting for big and medium business, but anyway, it is very active structure. What is important now, we are seeing that works different offices next to government about supporting export. Agency for export, and you should know it, but you should also use the services by this business who are looking for export support. Yeah, business in Ukraine. Also, initiators of today's meeting, you said it's a partner who actually does and doing this role of prepare and helps with supporting and financing. Maybe I'm not modest, but our group, UCON, has an office also in Ukraine and in Poland, and we can share our experience. Thank you very much. The last 3 minutes, very shortly, it looks like that the solutions are only for the big business, and what should do the starters if they just on the beginning what they should do shortly. How can they got any help from you besides their business?
So I will start from, if you allow, like startups regarding them. And the last years, very actively, this direction is growing in Ukraine and in Poland as well. We can say that in Poland, the system of support of startups is very developed. The required big one during the last 3 years. Corporation Polish-Ukrainian, there are a Polish-Ukrainian startup, which is kind of help between Polish and Ukraine bridge. We cooperate very actively, and there are a lot of accelerators in Poland, which can not just to see but to finance as well. I can say, and we have low companies, but also money complex, and we won tenders for financial works. So we pay for this. So we have there are a lot of possibilities in Poland for support of startups. Thank you, Hannah. First of all, country of Ukraine gives a lot of support, and it is possible to ask for military administration in the same day. The most important is wishness. There are diplomatic representatives. There are grant programs which are working, and as well as USAID competitive program. And we also start a business school, first Ukrainian, after international, and also forums, womenly forums, which we are doing, which is going to be in full Ukraine. And after, they will teach people how to write grants, where to write, and about programs during open programs during the next 6-7 months. So, like primary helping with following. It is technically, but we need to teach technically because everything else is just word. Those who want, they really come and write. As anything else is just words.
So first of all, I think that most of Ukrainian business associations, they do have contacts and partners in Poland and the region. We work with the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, with EBA, with SUP, with employers of Ukraine, so they can navigate as well. Regarding SMEs, small, medium-sized companies, we have Business for Ukraine Center, which is actually dedicated to small business. So you can use it also here in Warsaw with the office space. You can basically be placed physically and use all the services we have. And there are a number of those places in Warsaw, including the business. So definitely Warsaw is an easy way. The same Krakow, Wrocław. In large Polish cities is kind of, at least from my perspective, as I see Ukrainians and the activeness, it's quite easy to navigate and get to know the people.
Дякую. Діна.
Thank you, Dina. Probably for entrepreneurs, for startups who didn't grow until the point where they should decide to which association they should go to join or no, I would advise to elementally just follow for digest of different news of their business. We also receive them and see there are a lot of information visually in a nice way, easy way. It is all given, so just to follow and see what possibilities there are, propositions, especially for a startup growing, and after to see deeply. And secondly, don't be afraid to apply, go, watch news, and don't stay in vacuum. Just follow all the news. There are a lot of thank you very much for all the panelists. We see about organization of support business together with our Hanna Klisuk, Dina Sidash, Yaroslav Tamanchuk, Marcin Nowacki. And moderator was me, Alexander Leshenko, the head of business DIA in Warsaw. So we can go to the next panel, which is called How Ukrainian Business Can Receive Help in Polish System. And I want to welcome for this panel Jan Czarnowski, Bohusława Dudecka, and Tatiana Czusz, the manager of project of PI. Moderator will be Julia Kowalczuk, as head of project manager export department for Ukraine, business for Ukraine. And good afternoon again. I want to welcome speakers. As it was told before in the main previous discussion panels, there are a lot of organizations which Ukrainian entrepreneurs should know. Whilst our speakers is sitting, I would like to say again about them. You can receive more information from the speakers. It was told well that there are a lot of organizations, governmental and non-governmental, which help give investors, entrepreneurs support. And especially on this support, we will speak about during this discussion panel. Other speakers which are not speaking in Ukrainian, so I would allow myself to go sometimes in English.
I want to explain our speakers. It's Jan Serenowski, member of the management board of KUKE, Bogusława Rudecka, project director of Business for Ukraine Center, Union of Entrepreneurs and Employees, and Tatiana Czyża, project manager, Export Department, Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Let's start. After February 22, over 25,000 companies have been registered in Poland by Ukrainian citizens, and trade between Poland and Ukraine is growing. So in connection with that, I have a question for Jan Serenowski. The question is, why Poland? Is such an increase in Ukrainian companies due to geographical proximity or other opportunities offered by Polish ecosystem for Ukrainian entrepreneurs who located their business to Poland? And second question, has KUKE preferred some financial instruments and opportunities and solutions for Ukrainian entrepreneurs, please?
Thank you very much for your question. In the first place, you are very right that there is a growing number of Ukrainian-owned businesses in Poland, and that the trade between Poland and Ukraine is growing. And from our point of view, from the point of view of an insurance company active in giving insurance policies for companies sending goods from Poland to Ukraine, it's a crucial information, especially about the amount of turnover between our country and actually about Ukrainian-owned companies that is applying for our products, and actually not only for the products directly connected with trade. So first of all, currently we are experiencing an explosion of trade between Poland and Ukraine. Right now, we can see that the turnover between Polish and Ukrainian companies that is insured by KUKE is even larger during the first 5 months of 2023 than it was in 2021. We are also seeing a growing specialization. This turnover was generated 2 years ago by approximately 500 companies. Now this number is 2 times lower, but the amount of turnover that is generated by them is growing rapidly and even exceeds the amount from 2021. We are approximating that this year the amount of sales that is insured by KUKE from companies in Poland to companies in the Ukraine might exceed 1.5 billion zloty, which is a really large amount. If we are talking about rebuilding, reconstructing Ukraine, one might at the very beginning think about some large infrastructure projects that will be concluded in the future. But it is not always the case. The most important element of our activity starting spring 2022 is actually rebuilding the supply chains, the chains of distributions that were severed by war in the Ukraine. There were some really large problems concerning the Ukrainian enterprises. Even in such basic branches of economy like food and beverage industry. The very fact that Związek Przedsiębiorców I Pracodawców or Warsaw Enterprise Institute is sending many information, is communicating the presence of Polish company on or Polish products on Ukrainian shelves is not a coincidence. It is actually the very reason and very solution for the problem that occurred after severing the business connection between Ukraine and Belarus or Russia last year. So the vast majority of companies that are coming to KUKE to receive insurance policies are companies that are looking for Polish contractors, for Polish suppliers that could provide them with products that they desperately need to have basically on their shelves in the supermarkets. I would say that more than 30% of the turnover that is receiving our insurance policies in the Ukrainian direction is actually food and beverage industry. So very basic products that one simply cannot live without. And what is the problem of companies? Ukrainian companies do not want to pay for Polish products in advance because they are building their connections with their new Polish contractors, and they are not that certain whether the products that they will receive will be of good quality or whether they will receive these products on time. On the other hand, Polish entrepreneurs have some worries about the financial liquidity of their Ukrainian business partners. So there is actually a solution to this problem, receiving an insurance policy for this kind of freight. In this kind of situation, the Polish entrepreneur can postpone the payment from his Ukrainian contractor, and on the other hand, the Ukrainian contractor will have some larger liquidity and will have an opportunity to prove whether the product that is being received from Poland is actually of good quality if it's received on time. Actually, this kind of insurance policies are as cheap as they were before 2022. It was a decision of our owners of the Polish Ministry of Economic Development that the insurance rates, even though there is an active war in the Ukraine, will not grow. So it is still cheaper to insure the turnover, the sales to Ukraine than it is, for example, to receive an insurance policy to Kazakhstan or even Moldova, even though there is no war in those countries. There is also one more, I would even say, new element as far as the business connection between Poland and Ukraine is concerned. There are many Ukrainian companies that are thinking about relocating some of their production activities from eastern Ukraine to Poland. This might not be a popular topic, but it is happening really often. Last month, we received a question from a large Ukrainian entrepreneur. I cannot disclose his name, but as far as we know, it's one of the larger fruit producers in the Ukraine, and he's actually thinking about opening a multi-million business production facility in Poland, and he's applying not for a trade product from an insurance company, but for a insurance guarantee. One of our products concentrates on giving guarantees for foreign companies that are establishing investments in Poland. We are giving 80% guarantee for their payment to the bank, and through this product, these companies can receive 5 times more capital than in an average situation, because only 20% of the risk is covered by the bank. So these kinds of situations are actually more and more connected with medium-sized or large enterprises. But last year, there were no questions of this sort, and during the first few months of this year, I would say multiple and also for many millions, I would even say hundreds of millions of zloty. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I want to talk with Bogusława. And Bogusława, you represent Business for Ukraine Center. It's a place where Ukrainian entrepreneurs can get multifaceted assistance, but it also like a bridge between Polish and Ukrainian businesses. So in connection with that, I want to ask you to tell us how does the Business for Ukraine Center build this relationship between Ukrainian and Polish companies, and what question can Ukrainian and Polish companies submit, and what support they can count on?
Thank you for invitation. Thank you for this chance to present our project. Well, from my perspective, ZPP, the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers, is the one of the most active employers organizations in Poland in terms of Ukrainian issue. And it's a great pleasure to do something what is satisfying in professional life, and at the same helping Ukrainians which are needing that help. In last time we implemented a large number of projects related to Ukraine. They are very successful and they are very fruitful. The Center for Business Center for Ukraine has been launched this year as an answer to rapid influx of Ukrainian companies to Poland. And our aim, our mission is to support Ukrainian companies which are thinking about moving their activities to Poland. Also companies which are looking for connections, looking for partners, contractants, different type of networking in Poland. On the other hand, we provide our support to Polish companies which are searching for partners in Ukraine. We provide consultancy, advisory on different topics related to doing business in Poland. Our team is very much dedicated to support companies in finding proper location for business operation, and we provide for free open space, co-working space for companies which are taking their first steps in Poland. On daily basis, we also cooperate with Ukrainian unions of employers, be that EBA, SUP, or Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. All those all our services are provided for free, and the program is implemented together with our member, Fundacja Totalizatora Sportowego. Our main focus here is to build relations between companies, be that B2B with business, B2G with representatives of governments or any type of authorities. All this would not be possible without our without our presence in Ukraine. As a kind of response to war, we have opened our office in Kiev, where we support companies, and here we understand our role as a building foundations for future reconstruction and modernization of Ukraine. For that reason, we want to even extend our activities, our presence in Ukraine, and I hope that pretty soon, in a few months, we will be able to implement even wider support for Polish companies in Ukraine. So in here we work in very micro level, connecting companies, building relations. We provide our assistance regardless of company size, company's industry, or company income. So this is our micro level activity, which is very important in terms of building relations. And we understand that this is huge chance for Poland and for Ukraine to build such a relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to switch to Ukrainian language. Pani Tetiano,
Tatiana, I know that if in the Agency of Investments and you supported Polish enterprisers, they found their place on a Ukrainian market. Now you support investing. Could you please say what kind of help your agency could do, which preferences, benefits you can offer for Ukrainian investors? Thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be such people on the previous panels. Was very interesting. I also nice to meet many friends that actually we are doing the common job and we support common Ukrainian and Polish business in this very hard time. I also some note, my colleague from KUKA, it's really huge numbers, trade increase, we work, collaborate more. And I would say what we are doing, we are Polish agency, we are also information partner of today's meeting. Our main is investments and trade. It is what we are doing, and our clients, Polish exporters and investors, also abroad investors, Polish investors from Poland, and also Polish investors in Ukraine. If we are talking about Ukrainian direction, we are the organization about business-oriented organization. We support business in different direction. This is support is based on the law. It's free of charge for the companies. If we will bring it to Ukrainian reality, it's different organization doing something like this. In Ukraine, it's do actually the consulting, Dia Business Center, Ukraine Invest, or some economical departments of Ukrainian embassies all over the world. And in Poland, we are the global organization, and we are doing this investments and trade consulting. Also, we have up on us, it's a Polish fund of development. KUKA is part of Polish Fund of Development. Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego is a part which helps in development. Different agency of it's this elements which increase and just just implement this politics in developing the economics. We are working all over the world. We have over 50 offices in 70 different markets. At the moment, we are have also office in Kiev. It's only which is working evacuated from Warsaw. Our main place is Kiev, but at the moment we are in Warsaw, and it's like question of few weeks when we will be back to Kiev. Also, we know that different international agencies supporting the economy, they also are back and relocated to Kiev. So this people believes in victory, and we feel more confident and safe. Our main job is Polish-Ukrainian business, Polish exporters. We give the consultation how to work on our market, in Ukrainian market, how Ukrainian enterprises can use it. So we do not give the direct consultation how to be in abroad. We do not have such services. However, we have very good information in different countries. So Ukrainian enterprise with knowledge of Polish can go to our website and get how to come with cosmetics start in Asia, or just to be in our webinars to take place and to learn about some market, for example, very far from in concrete branch. So, but you need to speak Polish. At our webpage, we have a general information about different world markets, about specialties, about tax system, regulation system. It's free of charge and open. You can use it. From the beginning of the war, our office was relocated, and we have our working group, the Polish Agency Investments. We supported Polish-Ukrainian business. We had a lot of Ukrainian business about different supply chains, how to find the new partners. So we give such support for Ukrainian business who are looking new suppliers on Polish market. Also, we support international companies who are looking for suppliers in Poland or in Ukraine in this very hard situation, for example, in the energetical crisis. So we were looking for different energetical suppliers. The deficit was very high. To react for this very huge relocation of Ukrainian business, not only relocation, but just presence of Ukrainian business enterprises who stay in Poland, in Warsaw, were looking for a new place. We opened a co-working place. Every Ukrainian enterprise can come and use the working place during the year. So this space is still open. So if you need, you are welcome. You come and work. The basic needs are open. So also we are happy that we have the collaboration with DI Business. We are very close. We are in one building, so we have everyday contacts. Another project was also, it was before the war, it's a project of developing competitive in regions. Firstly, it was to address to Ukrainian regions how to give the good service for investors. At the beginning of the war, it was not opportunity to teach, so we taught how to relocate your business to Poland and how to start to work in Poland. What I want to say for the support of Ukrainian investors or abroad investors, we have investor department and they can support for investors. So any company which think about such development, about investment in Poland, you can visit us, visit our consultants and just get a lot of information, the full support about law system, about HR problems, about market, help to find the place for investments because we have the map with open investment location. It's open online. You can come and find where you can open your business. There is also some consultation about taxes because the whole Poland is a special economic zone and you can have some privileges and there is no VIP, but you need to get it. And you will get the support. It depends on branch, about investments, where you are. It depends on region. Every region has another percentage about this privilege. There are some cities who are according need some special support. So in the cities you will have extra privileges. There are also some branches which are more supported, services for business, research. It has a priority.
Okay, so thank you very much to our speakers for instruments that you told for Ukrainian entrepreneurs who needed to relocate business. So thank you again, Jan Sanowski Kuke, agency with give insurance for organisms, Ярослава Становська, Boguslava Tadecka and Tetiana Czyża, project manager, export department, and moderator was Yulia Kovalchuk. Thank you. Thank you very much for the panelists. It was a session about how Ukrainian business have received benefits from Polish ecosystem. So we would like to go to the next panel discussion. The topic is training and reskilling to create adaptable workplace. So welcome Olga Kotlieva, IT Generation, Maria Zachodnik, Maxim Pochabok. A moderator will be Natalia Petlo, manager of projects USAID. Petlova, USAID. Good afternoon. Thank you for who stayed and to her listen us as well. We will speak about not typical topic, agency of USA from international development, because to be honest, I'm interested why we are not thinking about education. When we speak about development, there should be also education. It is something from Soviet Union times where we live, where base education is on good level. But what we met and what I met during practical work, we worked. I did audits of the projects for agency, and we saw that doesn't matter if it is a portfolio of office of office of city. We saw in moments there are some initiatives which is connected with education. Just we not call it educational projects because it is not our main goal. The main goal is to find good professionals, which we need. And in reality, when I see this question, issue about the work I do, economical, we are interested about qualified persons, actors who work in the industry and to whom we met, we work directly in the practical way. And that's how we, there was entrepreneurship universities, and there are 104 universities in Ukraine which teach course about entrepreneurship during 1 year, and it is already third year we support this project. Last year when we met, something what no one was expecting. The main reaction for project hour is to give component which will focus on practical learning for people. And that's how was born IT generation. And I think that we will start about IT generation. There is Ola who finished this program, and she will speak about her experience because we were amazed by the start, which were on the start 1000, and after we grow up until 2000. And this is a project which help people to learn new things. Ola, please tell about your experience in IT, how you became. Thank you for welcoming. I became in IT not specially. Let's say, at the end of my Russian soldier told that I will not go out from occupation. And as you see, I'm here. I was English teacher, and I transferred to Ternopil from Kherson. I saw IT generation. I saw that there is like I just applied for it because the deadline was next day, and I became a part of studies. I went there. I chose between some schools, but all schools were very qualified, and they give me learning education which helped me to have offer. I study as recruiter researcher, so I help people to find work. I help people write CV to help working. Regarding how the studies help me, I work in big outsource companies, around 900 employees there, and I helped to find the director of Ukrainian Force Group. So as you see, everything is connected. And such work really inspire because I was one between 500,000. So this program was really supported and everyone was to be part of it. I spoke with students, and most of them were like, we help each other in groups to find vacancies. And a lot of people were adult who were not afraid just to totally change their profession. Even in my group, there were about 20 people who were 50 plus, and it was totally normal. What did you choose? You choose recruiting? Yes. And also, we were on different sessions. There were developers, testers, everyone. Let's stay on this sector, please. I wanted to remind myself where we met first time. It was a conference where we spoke about education. And you totally not like you are important person. Tell please, do you have experience in a company? And where you do a lot of work. Please tell about two sides of your work.
Oh, it's not now. It's the whole life. I'm teaching. After the university, I began to teach, but now we build new ecosystem also in universities, and I hope that such university will be a new uh, example of collaboration between business and education. Such university, it's a new university in Kiev and in Ukraine. Because it's like global system is it's science, entrepreneurship, and technology in December 21 it was based, but during 2022 we did a few new projects, and it's not about short-term learning. It's also for learning people who are already in the industry, who are middle positions, senior positions. It's people who are making policy in the companies. We have a new master programs also. If someone listening now, we are open for collaboration, for business collaboration. We would like to give us experts, contents, but also we would like to engage to encourage to give the study systems about cyber security, IT. We want to learn and teach what we are talking. This to make the less gaps between university and business. It's a global problem. We can ask in a Polish market, we can ask in USA. This gap exists, and we want to make it less. So I would like to see the people who know how to do it. So even we don't know quite good how to do it, but we're doing project and we will have the results if we are moving forward or not. I'm very open for collaboration. We are doing this project. It's not about new universities, it's about new mainstream mindset. We are talking about IT generation. It's all Forbes for new economy. We're talking also for programs who are already engaged into industries. Sometimes the industry is ruined and they are searching. It's like new system of mindset, how to change our role 3, 4, or even 5 times during our life. We have a lot of challenges. We will talk about challenges, but it's actually about new mindset. It's about flexibility, about new technology in a world. We are open. I'm very excited because we are educational startup, and all the best what is in our system we want to realize. I'm glad that you are talking about changes, not about the system changes, but about the project who takes and do. Well, maybe project will change the system. Who knows? I think yes, you are the pilot, and the pilot has a huge potential for growing. I don't want to talk only about the IT. It is not the only sector which need the good, educated people, but it's great that you tell what is said in science and entrepreneurship. So it's about education, science, and even entrepreneurship. IT is not only sector which branch which suffer. We have new challenges and serious problems that we have never before. What kind of specialist will need it? How business learn? Who will be important in a few years? How to work with human resources now? We heard a lot of examples how they grew up last year. It was not a calm year. Maria, tell us how the companies to know what to do with the staff, how to recruit, and how to learn.
Thank you. I am Maria Prochodnek. I am professional coach. I worked from 2009 with entrepreneurs and heads of CEOs of big corporation. And actually, all the life is taking parts from cases and problems. So they are repeating problems. How to do that my employers will learn quickly, will be motivated to study. Those questions are like repeated. There is no technical answer for them. there is no possibility to tell like do and this and that. But we saw the cases where the studies and COVID saw that and war education will not stop. We will need to learn during all life. Entrepreneurs also need doesn't have enough learning. I wanted to speak with Hall. Please put your hand up. Who also feel like need more learning, maybe doesn't speak languages or learn more IT. And at the same time, there is not enough motivation of learning. We always think about that learning would be later and like for tomorrow. And that's why professional coaches always work for that. There is not answer for everyone, but for some companies. What we saw during last year, there are trends which are working even in conditions like now. It is migration of work power. There will be people who will be transferring from one country to another. So they will be just looking for adaptation, and those who will find the system of adaptation will be really needed. And that's what made our group, Prohodny group, where we were looking for systems, creating systems for adapting for professions. It's like a sailor, packer on the warehouse. It's like simple professions, but very needed ones. So before, digital systems were needed for big companies, big cities, innovation industries, for example, IT. But now they are needed for everyone, even for people who just packing butterbroods, sandwiches, or work in the company. Informational study help to learn to find time for qualified worker. Once we will pack all the learning in what our people should learn and test if they learn it. Please look, imagine how much we will have more human hours. It's like methodology about system learning. And I would be able to speak from this role, and I saw a lot of power in it, if there is a system of learning. It helps prepare employees to relocate them or to prepare for 10, 15 learning. I talked about migration of workforce, so I would it is about a smaller amount of people young people who stay in a queue to work for you. It is connected with demography. Sadly, yes. There needed to be more more burning kids, about 2, but we are less than 1 in Ukraine to have enough people, young people. But there are a lot of people, like older, maybe those who came back from the front, and we weren't watching about them as they don't know something. Maybe also governmental workers. I'm interested, but no one. We're thinking about that, so I'm just watching. If you want, you can write a project about that. So the change of structure of workforce, additional fast learning gives a sign of question for those who want to develop a business on the market. But not to adapt all the time new workers. Does employee all the time? Did you met that all the time we need to teach employees, not just to? But I wanted to speak with business partners. Thank you. I met with problems that in different regions are very structured unemployment. Is that in regions? In regions of territories, there are people who doesn't expect, there are people who have qualification not needed for this region, to whom we have to teach, maybe engineers or rebuildment workers.
When you ask who in a structure I do not see any research which will answer this question. No, I haven't seen any research. And working with IT between the association in clusters, we tried to show who will need, but actually doing the structure, we can give only the direction of the roles. But we can't say in 5 years we will need more such specialists. No, it's impossible. It's kind of hype. Yes, 4 months we saw about IE. Okay, so about this potential from IT, where they go. Every day I am reading the bloggers who are writing about it, and every day the mind had changed. Yes, we will have the time that we spend for unqualified specialists due to technologies. Yes, some role we can go into technologies. Yes, but it's change of the roles, need of the studying all the time. Yes, it's very strange system if you see it. If you have business, it's human resources. If you have, so you must learn, study. If you do not study, it's impossible to do business without it. It's not a business, it's just you need to learn all your life. Yes, and the changes will be in IT, in education, in coaching. You may feel it. Every person will feel it, but the mindset, adaptation, you need learn, and change. It will be kind of instrument. Yes, maybe someone else will, for example, lead this panel, and we will have to adapt. We need to adapt our ecosystem in this way and to educate ourselves and our people. That's in region. Yes, we need the builder or a person from energetic. Yes, we have post-Soviet experience. Yes, but this experience will be finished. The structure of economical will finish in the future. And now we understand how to build and what to do with these people who are working in the system. Oh yes, we need to teach the enterprises. Not everyone will become a new enterprise, but you need to educate all the time. We should give the instruments to show the possibilities. What do you think, which instrument will be the most needed? How to teach management cases from beginning to the end? For example, at the first panel, I opened some programs and I asked to the chat, have you seen it? So go doing this from A to Z. So it's because it's a problem. Okay, I will wait. Maybe someone will help me. No, sorry, it's a post-Soviet. It's a change of mindset, responsibility, mentor programs, cases of enterprise and businessmen. I'm glad that we go in a good direction because we bring enterprisers. When I talk, no one understands it. Yes, they thought, no, it must be a fantasy that we saw only one person. But when the enterpriser says it looks like reality. Today I was on the conference and they asked me how to taught a leader. You can pay a lot of hours, but we taught managers, people who use processes. But there is, if no ecosystem in the company to develop leadership for develop business, create new business, it's impossible just to taught him. So the leaders in MBA programs, they are working case by case, positive case, negative cases, if it works, if not, to show your own case. But also we need to scale it, to show, to give an example. Maybe it's very philosophical things, but it's our personal impact. Ola, tell us who, at the moment, who are you looking for the most in your work? And or I will ask which position would be the most interesting for you? With whom do you meet on your work? Is it just like a chain in IT, or you just see people like you are who change their life and come to IT?
For sure, to speak now, the IT market is something like there are a lot of people changes their profession. I met the most some kind of gents who couldn't find work, first work, because it's the most difficult. And mostly I help them to do first step. But you are not just asking to don't go to IT, maybe they have to go previously. I just recommend them to learn English because without it, it's very difficult. What I would like to work with, I like to look for not just developers, but also some administrative positions. It's very funny to learn with, to speak with people and have their experience, learn from them. But yeah, learn from, teach to what we should taught, teach. Not, I'm sure that not just professional experience. What is people need the most from what you learn? By the statistics, half of events has emotional intellect. So tomorrow I'm going to have training providing insurance training for and the same. They were asked me to teach the same to medical. People are becoming tired and can't just prepare for work in the morning, and they are just tired, angry about themselves. So emotional intellect about learning the emotional understanding, being empathic is something what post-Soviet human being is not developed for what. It is very close working with learning our panel topic as we work with force to those who can work and to don't lose them during the way when we will go to rebuilding. I have a few people who work on IT. They are 40 plus and 30 plus, and those with the one who is 40 plus, it's like I'm not sure if I will manage it. I didn't finish it, and those who are 30 plus, just like I just try it. I just send it somehow in English, and sometimes you just need to try it. No. Do you think it's just connected with age? No, it was example from my life. I'm also a 40 plus, and I don't want to discriminate no one. It's this additional question. ITs and startups is big component of our program. Before war, it was even bigger. And right now, startups Ukrainians can't allow less, can allow less. We have information about the technological exhibition and in its ecosystem in USA, and to learn what the most what teach in the entrepreneurs trainings in USA is to fall and to wake up, to stand up. It is about experience in entrepreneurship. It is more about our mentality. We can't forgive mistakes to ourselves. It's maybe about professional intellect. To just survive. Yes, of course, it is about opening potential. It will allow open potential. Not on fully, not just learn something and become successful, just but to do what you can do now. Of course, there are some things, and I saw about university and school studies. It is more about learning texts, articles together. It is not about leadership for skills, discussions, arguments, making relationship, becoming, helping in conflicts. So I'm speaking more about youth, young people with ideas about big potential in learning. They are very initiative. They organize tourneurs, communities. Just don't disturb them. I believe in them. I trust. Do you want to comment it? Please. I also want to speak about educational system. I mean, school system. They are not prepared to do adaptive people. That's why programs of non-formal education and also program which I represent is one of ecosystems which helps to effectively go to things, to try about. We will have incubator where people can show their ideas and learn them. Maybe it will be a bit changes. We all in school, in university, and in most universities, it is like just in frames. I am father of two daughters, and what in school learn like just from A to Z to W, and we have a really big problem. And with pedagogical team. I'm speaking on a forum in schools and universities. We need creative people. Those people are free. Those we can see in military forces, Ukrainian, it is in head. They can speak nicely about history, mathematics, but to give it in adaptive way, it should be in brain. There are some, but it's not in the masштабs of country. Thank you that you tell. Thank you for that you told about system of education. We told about training and reskilling as topic. Maybe not everything should be. Maybe we shouldn't change so much in educational. We can't just stop. We have life cycle. So about generations, where we have a short line where we make together launch a skill and employ a person for work, a place for work. So a balance between formal programs and short programs. Please tell. Is it was difficult to join a study, to make together study and life? Problems which is connected with for everyone about taking care of family, because really learning needs you need to invest yourself totally in the process. Is it was difficult?
It was hard but very interesting. It was living on the edge between child cooking and studying, but it was really cool because at the moment you are in the community, you get really practical skills. You're not sitting in the university 4 years and just rewriting something from the books. You just get the skills and using your skills, and it's very inspiring. It was hard, but it was really cool. Maria, during the trainings, do you teach that you want to see that they will go and that will use the skills? Do you see this connection between what you taught and how it works? Well, actually, I do not have a lot of open trainings, people from internet. That's why I do not have not too many information in internet. But very often I do training for the companies, and the directors knows if it works or not. That's why we gathering the exercises. If you make the product, you like it, so you can repeat. If you have the conflict, any case conflict, but you remember your experience, that's why there's less lections, but more experience. And very interesting is to do it online. A lot of people do not believe in online education because someone is doing cutlets or on a towel on the head, but it's possible to organize in this way that people do practice and was present, and people physically, people also could be present only physically but not mentally in a telephone and notebook. So it's a huge challenge in a time of information time and ability of concentrate the attention. So it must be interesting in offline and in internet and text and any quizzes. And people can do in interesting ways the same steps and show that I learn it. I can say a lot because I like my job very much, and problems I like to solve the problems. So online education, learning, give access from very far regions for very small companies, include them to have access, for example, for management, motivating, control, delegating the staff. So it's I think that the future is in very hybrid system of education and very short term. What to expect? When we have this system, we see that people do not go to the end. They just come and leave or learn very not too much. So it's important to see what people does, how they avoid, and if there are any feedback to show that the skills works. And at the moment we are at the beginning of our way. From 2018-19 we start, and now I see that we have the clients are back, so it shows. Do you like to teach online, Maxim? When I finish MA after COVID, I say to my students, I hate online. I hate online. However, also I adapted with my partners, with university for new reality. So yes, we increase our distance programs. We get some experts from the subject experts, program experts, in a scope. It helps to get the skills and the experts which are needed. That's why we are talking about short-term programs. So yes, it will be more complicated for master program, but it's mindset-oriented programs. And a BA, we have 4 years. So during the 4 years, it's changed very fast. That's why blended format. When I said university, I said it's not only the Kyiv University, but it's Ukrainian, but maybe in a future European university, because we talking about scale. Without digital platform, blended format, it would be impossible. In October was a conference about technological companies, and everyone said the new solutions and blended with online, it's a future. But this future costs a lot, so we adapted. We are doing in our process, and it give to be present even if you are in occupied territory. And we know that our children keep learning in Ukrainian schools being at occupied territory. And we know it's the future, but we have to find the right content and right direction, and experts help us. We the IT intellect will give us opportunity to adapt, but experts, analytics. But when we are talking about results, as also represent business, I think that every business has scales, yes, and there is accounting. And the problem of big scale education systems, there is no accounting. They do not give the success. So then we will understand how the school works, how university works, when you have the business accountancy, if it was effective or not. That's why we lose a loss, we lose money a lot. Business education works different for every hryvnia. We control and check the effectiveness. And this frameworks we are doing also in such university.
Thank you. You skipped over. I had adapts for learning, and I am happy that we were able to speak about trends, and joining, making together. I can say for sure that we are on the same page, and we understand that it's important to learn. We need to learn, and doesn't depends where there will be needs to learn, and we will be continuously learning. Thank you that you support those who are learning, and wish you successes. Thank you for welcoming and for discussion. This was training and reskilling to creative adaptable workforce. Speakers were Olga Kotlieva, Maria Plachotnik, Maxim Pochabov, and moderator was Natalia Petlova, USAID manager project. We welcome for the next training discussion. The topic discussion is speakers of panel, Mykola Panalov, Amazon, Emilia Yehorczyk, moderator Anatoly Motkin, so the topic of panel is marketplaces and potential entry points into Polish and European markets.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting, and thank you for USAID for holding this event. And the next panel is dedicated to marketplaces and to the role of marketplaces in assisting Ukrainian products and Ukrainian production to be sold in Poland and beyond in European Union. So first, let me introduce our distinguished guests today. It's Mykolai Bulanov, Key Account Manager at Amazon, and also Emilia Grigorchik, Business Development Partner at Allegra. So first, I would refer to you, Mykolai, tell us what could be the role of Amazon in assisting the Ukrainian production to be sold in Poland and in European Union, please.
One. Can you hear me now? Yes. Let's see. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. So first of all, thank you for inviting me here today. I feel very honored that I'll be able to present you what is Amazon, what exactly we are doing to help Ukraine to help Ukrainian sellers, and also how easy it is and how successful we can be in entering not only European but also the worldwide marketplaces. Let me just come back over here. So maybe also for a second, шановні глядачі, шановні учасники, мені дуже приємно вас пам'ятати теж в українській мові, для того, що частина моєї родини походить з України, і мені надзвичайно приємно бути тут і розказати вам саме, як Amazon допомагає Україні,
Ukrainian enterprises, and just people who would like to sell their goods in abroad.
Talking in English till the end. So first of all, since the start of the war, Amazon has committed more than 75 million to immediate and long-term needs. This is including the medical supplies, the blankets, the food, the toys. It's very interesting, and that we took such a swift action, meaning we are not only thinking about the business side of it, but also the human side. And because Amazon is a worldwide company, and as a part of being an Amazonian, I can say from bottom of my heart, I truly feel that what I'm doing at this company has a big impact. And why it is so, I'll tell you in a second. So second of all, as you can see, this is a tweet from Mikhailo Fedorov, which is Digital Minister of Transformation. He also said that since the start of the war, the Amazon literally saved digital infrastructure of Ukraine. So at this moment, we migrated more than 10 petabytes of essential data from 27 ministries, universities, schools, banks. It is something that was done in a swift action, and it actually was one of the things why President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, gave the Ukraine Peace Prize to the Amazon. What's more important, we also donated more than 790,000 items of value of 1.7 million, as you can see here. And it was not only to Ukraine, but also to people who already moved to Poland from Ukraine. And last but not least, I'm proud to say so, I'm the co-creator of the program, which is called Ukrainian Relief Promo. This is probably something very interesting for the companies, which is right now selling products outside of Ukraine, but also want to start. So at this moment, we are taking to 0% all referral fees from the sales in Amazon, and not right now. It's been going since the September of 2022, meaning all the Ukrainian companies which are selling on Amazon are not paying any referral fees. Referral fee is the fee that you pay when you sell any item on Amazon per category. And so far we are worked with 2,400 companies. And this is companies, for example, one of the big companies which I specially managed, it was Ukryposhta. So Ukryposhta, we connected with them and we took them by hand, and they were the first national post company on Amazon, which created the brand store, and right now they're successfully selling in US and European marketplaces without paying any fee. At the same time, because of this, as you know, they are supporting Ukraine as well. So I'm proud to say it's not only about business, it's about being human. So now let's talk about business. So Amazon, why we are such known, and the company, when we growing every year more and more, we're opening new marketplaces, is because you can literally sell anything on Amazon to any customer. The most important, we are worldwide, and we have I would say, one of the best logistics infrastructures in the world. So it's not only about that you can sell your products on Amazon, it's about we are allowing you to send your products to our warehouses where we will be actually packing, shipping, taking returns, and also taking full customer support of your clients. Meaning the only thing you should have is just the good product in a good price. You send it to our warehouse, we will take care of everything else. Then let's just put a little bit of the numbers. So first of all, we are right now, you can sell your products in more than 200 countries and territories together. We have more than 300 million active customers worldwide, which means from my own experience, I will tell you, it could be even the most simplest product as, I don't know, for example, lamp, but you have a good product, you will achieve success. Because I'm working at the headquarters of Amazon of Europe in Luxembourg, and I would tell I see a lot of Ukrainian sellers shooting their shot, not being afraid, because we are having great team that can help you to achieve success. And I'll tell you later how can you contact this team, so you'll be not left by yourself, but we will take care of you. Coming back to the numbers, 185,000 small and large, medium small businesses on Amazon in Europe only. We have more than 12 billion export sales by only European selling partners. 50% of our companies are selling globally. And the number you see on the screen, we spend so much on logistics and services. That's why we can propose the best service worldwide in terms of the marketplace. Then let's just a little bit more about Poland, and then I will tell you how can you actually start with us and what you need. So about Poland, since the start, I actually worked even before Amazon Poland was created, so I was the one who actually was working to create Amazon Poland. So we created more than 70,000 jobs, direct and indirect in PL. We have more than 10 logistics centers in Poland, which you probably heard before me saying you can send it to our warehouses, logistics centers, and we will take care of your products, your customer service, and returns, everything. Just send it to us, and let's make money together. We are right now offering 400 million products on Amazon in Poland, and more than 25 million was sold in 21st. And of course, right now this number is way bigger, but this is the official data from that year. And the export sales was over 750 million. So, sounds great, Nikolai, but how to do this, right? So it's actually not that hard. So first of all, you just need to register on one website, which is sell.amazon.pl. I hope this presentation will also be sent to you. If not, you can take the picture. But overall, once you make one account on Amazon Europe, you will have access to all marketplaces of Europe. So you do not need to create Amazon Germany, Amazon Spain. One time you create account, you can sell anywhere you want, right? Then it's not just you create an account and you have a couple of things you can sell to. We have professional tools inside that you can track your shipping, you can track your business reports, you can track your return rate, you can see how you're managing your marketing budget. Everything is well made, and we are updating it on daily basis because we have so many marketplaces. We're gathering all this data and trying to provide the best seller experience. Because once the seller will be providing the best descriptions, the pictures, the customers are satisfied. And when the customer is satisfied, what they do, they come back and they buy again. They buy more, you make more money, of course, everybody is happy. So then coming, what else? Very important for you to understand is that even if you do not have logistics system, as I said before, you can send it to our warehouse. And what is more interesting, we're also cooperating with UPS in Poland, meaning you don't even need to find how to send it to our warehouses. You can just create an account, and then the UPS will come to you, take the products from you, and bring it to our warehouse, which is simple enough, right? If you will be more adventurous and you want to not just sell in one marketplace but a couple, we provide the service when you send it to us, and then we will be distributing your product all over the Europe. So it's also on us. And of course, keep in mind that it's not only the 9 Amazon stores. You can export to any country in Europe. Of course, if you're interested, it's also US. But this will be another time, another story. So then, first of all, for you to understand is just a couple of things. Is to register, you just need to go to that website, but it's not about you just going to the website, you trying your best, you coming to this to the customer support, which is pretty great that we have, but you can take picture of this email, which is the sprzedaż on Amazon, and you will be provided with the Polish, English, or Ukrainian, up to what languages you speak, account manager, which will guide you not only to register, but also how to list, how to provide the best listings, how to start FBA, which is the sending to our warehouse, or just overall any question you have. So I think if you would be interested to start on Amazon, you should write this down. And the most important, if you are the business located in Ukraine, sending from Ukraine, once you register on our website, Amazon, and I'm saying to you as the co-owner of the project, every month we are taking the data from all of the companies that were registered from Ukraine, and we eliminating any fees that they have, meaning if you know anybody who is right now currently in Ukraine sending from Ukraine products, once they register on Amazon, every cent that they will be making, they'll put to their pockets, meaning like they will be for their family, they can support Ukraine. Moreover, not only we donated 75 million already to Ukraine, which I'm very proud of, but also even the people, the customers of Amazon donated more than $7 million by themselves, because you also have this opportunity. So to sum it up, registration is very easy. The help email is right now on your screen. You will be provided with the account manager. And the most important, nothing is impossible. You can sell your product not only in Poland, in the whole Europe. And if you are based in Ukraine, you will not pay anything. Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to pass the floor to Emilia to present your take on this. What have we, the Ukrainian producers supported by Allegra? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And I do hope that some of you have heard about either myself or my colleague in any way, one of our team, from some previous activities done with ZPP and Ukroposhta as well. We did have an online event, some webinars. So for those who have had a chance to meet us, I hope I'll bring you some more insights. And for those who haven't heard about Allegro and the opportunities that it brings, I hope I'll open up some doors for you. So as a starting point, I'm a business development partner within international sellers team at Allegro, meaning that my job is to find ways to attract more international sellers onto our platform. And of course, with the current situation and in Ukraine, it was a natural kind of course of action to try to find ways to bring more Ukrainian sellers onto our platform and to help them grow, especially that we can offer such opportunities in a very accessible way. And today I would like to focus more on providing you with information on the Polish market, on practical tips on how to enter the market and what to do to be successful. Because at the end of the day, you will need to do something to benefit from those opportunities, be it Amazon or Allegro, you guys will have to do something to have your products sold, and I would like to help you do that effectively. As a starting point, for those who haven't heard about Allegro, Allegro is a horizontal B2C marketplace. It's an originally Polish marketplace, and we've been on the market for 23 years, so quite a long time. Just a few numbers for those who haven't heard about us at all. The numbers that you see here, so GMV of approximately 11 billion euros. This is GMV generated in Poland alone. So that shows you the scale of business that can be achieved through a marketplace model in one country only. And speaking about this one particular country, if you think about Poland, apart from the fact that it's, of course, your neighbor, we are talking about approximately 30 million internet users. Out of those, 77% shop online. So that's a huge audience that can see your products and hopefully buy them. And the marketplace model is a very good way to enter the market because the research shows that marketplaces, basically e-commerce platforms, are getting more and more popular, and the vast majority of population looks for products on such platforms. So speaking about them, who are those Polish buyers? If we look at some demographic data, you will see that the split between genders is pretty much same. And the biggest group, the most numerous group when it comes to the age group is between 35 and 49 years old. The majority of online buyers have higher education, and most of them live in bigger towns or really, really big cities. If you want your products to be successful, it's worth thinking about those characteristic features of Polish buyers. So who is it that you're going to target and what is it that they value? And they value the fact that online shops and platforms such as Amazon or Allegro, they are available 24/7. They don't need to go to a physical store to get the goods, and they can choose from a variety of platforms and sellers to buy their products, to find the most attractive products with at the most attractive price levels. And buyers are becoming much more mobile. This is a no-brainer on the one hand, but the data prepared by Gemius, this is actually the Gemius releases the most, I would say, well-known reports on the Polish e-commerce each year. The data from the last one shows that for the first time ever, mobile phones basically overthrown laptops when it comes to the devices that are most frequently used for online shopping. So buyers are getting mobile. On top of that, 75% of Polish online buyers prefer buying from domestic e-shops, compared to only 32% who buy from foreign ones. All of that means that Polish online buyers that you would like to target believe in their trusted brands. We see a very strong local patriotism here. So they also expect content to be in Polish, and they use mobile phones for online shopping. And when it comes to the places where these buyers shop, this is the, I would say, freshest piece of data from research done, literally released last month by Minds and Roses, that shows top 3 starting points on the customer journey. So basically, these are the first 3 choices of Polish online buyers if they think of buying online. 34% of them go to Allegro. The second place, that's Google. 26%, and then online specialty stores. So the traffic that the Allegro platform can bring you is a very big one. We're talking about 290 million offers and 22 million visitors per month, 14.1 million active buyers in Poland only. The traffic that you can utilize yourselves without the need of generating it. And you've already heard what global marketplaces such as Amazon can bring you. So in other words, international marketplaces. So in a similar way to Amazon, you can also enter more markets with Allegro because Allegro actually started going international. We acquired Mall Group not that long time ago, and we are releasing new countries right now. We're talking about the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Hungary, and Croatia. And actually, the Czech Republic was launched last month. So Allegro is now present not only in Poland, but also in Czechia, meaning you can access two markets within the same ecosystem. On top of that, we also released an international Allegro domain, so a website that buyers in 24 other EU countries can browse. And if you decide that you can deliver to Germany, France, the Netherlands, and so on, you can also publish your offers there and potentially get buyers there. A point here though, our focus, Allegro focus, is on Central and Eastern Europe. So the biggest pool of buyers will be found in Poland. And now, obviously, we will be talking about Czechia. And now, more practically, let's say you see the potential in this marketplace. You can register an Allegro account free of charge, and you can use your international tax ID. So you don't need to set up a Polish tax ID to start on the platform. This is a very important point. There are no registration fees either. So you register an account for free, and you also list offers for free in most categories. I will skip the categories where some listing fees might appear because these are hardly ever used by international sellers, and I haven't had a single international seller in my Allegro experience that would list offers in those categories. So by default, you can think about the platform as free entrance with your international tax ID, listing as many offers as you'd like, either via direct API connection, manually through the backend that is available also in Ukrainian, because we did translate the website and at the beginning of the war for you, via CSV files or using integrators if you use some. There would be commission fees, and for those who might be wondering how much it might be, it would be something between 5 and 15%. Usually it's closer to 10%. So basically, you only start paying when you start selling. So you can list whatever you sell and check whether this is taken nicely by the market. If the products are well received, you can really scale up your business easily. If not, it doesn't cost you anything to try, so I do encourage you to do so, especially that now we can offer you a really attractive welcome program for new sellers. You get 3 months with no commission fees whatsoever, free access to some marketing tools, some analytical tools that normally sellers would need to pay for, and a possibility to extend those benefits or some parts of them for a few more months. And if you'd like to find out more about that, I will give you a hint on where to get this data. 2 more practical tips. Allegro is a marketplace as such, so sellers are fully in charge of their content, of deliveries, and so on. So, for example, with Amazon, that was already mentioned, you can you can be in a vendor like relationship with Amazon. You can sell your products, so to speak, to Amazon. On Allegro, it doesn't work that way. On Allegro, you sell directly to the end consumers. But that also means you decide fully on how you want to do it. So if you are able to deliver from Ukraine and you feel this is the right way to do it, do it. If not, you have other sources, do it. But you can also rely on our fulfillment that is located in Poland. So that means obviously picking, packing, shipping, post-sales customer service, and making sure that your buyers get your products on the same day or next day. For that, you would need a Polish VAT number because this is a EU-wide regulation. Wherever you store your goods, that's where you would need to have your VAT number set up. It's worth to mention that shipping with this service gives you automatically access to Allegro Smart. Some of you might know Amazon Prime, so this might sound similar to some of you. This is basically a program that is very, very much loved by Polish buyers. And as a result, Smart offers are 2.5 times more popular than the rest of the offers because basically buyers who have Allegro Smart are much more active buyers on Allegro. So if you want to increase your chances of success, it is worth taking part in the Allegro Smart. Practical tips for you if you're wondering whether your products might be well received. This slide shows you top 5 categories sold by international sellers on Allegro last year based on GMV generated in those categories or number of items sold. So you see the strongest players on the platform, that is consumer electronics, home and garden, sports and leisure, automotive and fashion when it comes to GMV. And when it comes to number of items sold, we see also the kids category, which is a really nicely rotating category also in the Allegro fulfillment. And what I would like to highlight today is something that will be of great value for all of you and something that you can access for free now, that is Allegro Analytics. I did mention the Welcome program with free tools. Basically, one of them is a tool that gives you access to the data that cannot be accessed in any other way. You can run all sorts of reports on categories, on your potential competitors. You can check which offers in maybe that given category were the most popular ones over the last 30 days. And you can literally check what needs to be done to sell well on Allegro. If you start the account registration today, you will get an invitation to the Welcome program with this tool free of charge for 3 months so that you can even assess whether this marketplace is for you. There is no other way to get this type of detailed data outside of this tool. We do not share it simply. And last but not least, a few words about support because this would be very much needed. You will get access to loads of teams at Allegro, onboarding teams, support teams. Those of you who grow fast or who are able to generate higher profits will get a key account manager assigned to you free of charge. You will get access to an educational platform called Allegro Academy, where you can find courses, webinars, and all sorts of information needed for sellers on Allegro, all free of charge. And if you're looking for some third-party providers, you can check our service provider network website, be it logistics partners or tax advisory companies. Basically, if you don't know where to start, that's what you can check. And as a closing point, what you can see here are 2 QR codes. So, like I said, right now within the Welcome program, you can access the tool I mentioned. If you would like to start the registration process to even check the tool, you can use the code that is bigger here. I strongly recommend you to do so. There are no hidden charges, nothing like that. You can simply check the tool and run the reports. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And on top of that, the presentation that I showed you today with all this market data will be sent to you if you fill in the form using the smaller QR code. The smaller QR code will give you access to the presentation, but also we prepared a couple of more people from our team that will contact you on Monday. Whoever fills in this form will get a contact person at Allegro assigned so that you can ask more questions, explore possibilities, and get help with the registration process if you need it. So please do leave your contact details and we will get someone for you and you will be able to get the data on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia. And just 1 minute before we wrap up, I would like to ask you one question. What do you think, just in one sentence, what do you think has to be done to encourage Ukrainian sellers to get to your platforms and to start selling their products in European Union? What are the obstacles, maybe psychological or other ones?
Let me start then. So, to be honest, I think there is only one thing. People need to be sure that they will have help, and not only help in their own language, but also help the continuous one. And I think the possibility of putting your product not only to one country, but allowing it to be in different countries as Amazon provides you the offer. We're gonna translate all of your listings, all of your products into the language that you desire, and we'll provide the help on the way. So I think once people understand that we as the Ukrainians have great items, which once you will be putting it outside for the world to see, you will not only help yourself, but you will also help to showcase how great items are produced in Ukraine. So this is what I see on daily basis. And I just tell you, at this point right now, of course it's gonna repeat the same thing, but you will have 0% not on registration or something. It's 0% fees, meaning nothing is taken from what you sell. Once you have support from us, you have translation, you have worldwide access to sales. With these three factors, you should be able to take a small risk and just make an account and do it.
Thank you, Mikołaj, and to Emilia.
So
one sentence.
I would have, I would point to two things really. I think the obstacle number one is fear. I think that people are afraid that if something is for free, there's gonna be something wrong with it. So how is it possible that you can start a registration process for free and potentially sell your products? There's got to be something wrong with it. There's nothing, because the idea behind a business such as Allegro and Amazon is that without our sellers making money, we're not making money. So guys, try. And number two is lack of awareness of how much information can be accessed for free and how much support sellers can get. So one thing is those people that can support them. Another thing is platforms, educational platforms such as Allegro Academy, where we create courses that guide you literally step by step, tell you what to do, tell you how to sell successfully in a given category, or tell you how to create offers so that you succeed. All of that is free of charge. So don't be afraid. Try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't cost you anything.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for your comprehensive presentations and thank you for your support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Дякую.
Thank you.
Дякуємо панелістам за участь. Це була панельна дискусія, торгові майданчики, важливі точки входу на польські та
Thank
європейські
you for
маркетплейси.
our guest.
Запрошуємо
It was
наступного
about
наступна
last
панельна
channel.
дискусія. Як
Let's
процвітає українська технологічна галузь?
another panel how IT
Ірина Болит,
IT technology works besides the war.
Святослав Кавецький, Олексій Радченко. Moderator is Ivan Petrenko. So the panel is how Ukraine's tech industry thrived despite Russia's war. And there are panelists Denis Gursky, partner, Sviatoslav Kavetsky, chairman, Alexei Zachenko. Hello, friends. Last panel, the most important, the most interesting. From the start, I would like to tell about how working IT sector during war such not really interesting. It is interesting that we have product service companies members from Lviv and Kharkiv, totally different cities, who are in different ideas. And there are also education and startup, which is the closest for me. So maybe it will be working with my ideas. So I will start to ask all of you questions about how you met the full-scale war, how you survived, how you adapted. There was more than 1 year. It was differently, maybe sometimes chaotic. Someone has plans, but no one wasn't ready for what happened, and it was have to be needed to adapt. So let's start maybe from Sviatoslav, from you. How cluster survived it, how it adapted.
Thank you for all of them that you wait still to the last one. I'm not sure if I would survive. So Ivan, look, it seems that like in February 23rd, no one knew what will happen and if something will happen. I remember on the 21st or 22nd was his last session, last flight from Kiev to Lviv, and we thought if we could be useful for our country in this different situation. One people were more optimistic, some people were more pessimistic, but it's happened what happened. So after first shock, we started, despite the war, we had to work. We are responsibilities before our clients abroad, and actually they are huge, mostly corporates. So we couldn't to do different. We saw this, where engineers in the shelters keep working. We know that this level of the services of our companies is not different before the war and after beginning of the war. And sometimes the level is higher because we take less vacation, clusters organization. We included in business support. We implemented these plans. When the war started, more companies realized how to this corporate people, they were more prepared. They could know this situation in 2014. It was some algorithm what to do in case of, but for less companies, for smaller companies, it's more complicated. This help was needed. So it was the role of the cluster to be the place for exchange and the experience, and including the local government for fast communication, for understanding what they need. Sometimes we need about, for example, for blackouts, for how long blackout will be. That's what actually cluster do. And now it's facilitation, this collaboration. We started a few projects to help state, forced army, person who are internal refugees, buying Starlinks, and giving it not only for the companies but to some object of infrastructure, hospitals, schools. It was some problems, some aims what we had, and we are doing it. We keep doing. We keep doing it. What we are doing now, we donate, we support the Fourth Army, and we believe one of the most important branch in Ukraine, and actually the state can count on us, especially after the rebuilding Ukraine. I think that we are not crashed so much as different branches, especially in export or more traditional branches for Ukraine. We have the tendency for increases. Yes, we have to diversify in Ukraine, opening new offices abroad just to keep new client and get new people just to work on risk. But when we develop, we can sell also our work in Ukraine. It's the last what we wanted, just to new offices abroad. The best what we want is to work in Ukraine, to pay taxes in Ukraine, and to keep new clients in Ukraine. No one knows how good service we can provide to help our education and our state. Thank you, Alexei. You put together in yourself IT cluster, Kharkiv, of course, it's understandable, is in much worse situation, I can allow that in Lviv we are much safe, closer to Wester. We have still air alarms open, but we don't survive such a. But when we see how still Kharkiv continuously working, how products are working there, how cluster is working, I'm just inspired by that, and it's super. A big respect for that. You have product company, and also you are member of IT cluster. So you can see how product companies and service companies are working in Kharkiv, how they adapt, how they continuously working. How? Thank you. First of all, the moment that it is important to give service to clients, and if there was a possibility of full-scale war, it was understandable during the last few months as before. So big companies started to diverse to other cities abroad before the war. And also small also had some plans. So on the 24th, first buses were going to the West Ukraine with developers. So we joined added IT resources, and there was we needed to save those important specialists, so they can in very short time continue working. And a lot of companies, not just in April, even in March, they started to give services to their clients already. And a lot of our clients were speaking that they didn't see the less speed in because of what happened. The not last role in all these elements, what is about a role of clusters that we were preparing. There was intensive exchange of information. So a cluster joined companies, think about risks,
And on the start of a full-scale war, a cluster did a lot about coordination of companies, and how the situation is doing. The information was not understandable and changed a lot during first days. So regarding Kharkiv business, still is powerful, flexible, and a lot of companies continue working exactly in Kharkiv. So we are energy independent. The generators, we adapted very quickly. So yes, of course, a lot of people abroad and went abroad and didn't come back, especially kids. But about different marks, 30-40% of people are still continue working from Kharkiv, and that's such a moment, possibly that about patriotism to own city and global about employees who went abroad. We always do surveys that a lot big percent they plan to come back from abroad to Ukraine, from other cities to Kharkiv, exactly to the city. Of course, it's understandable there are problems that we need to continue working. So our main point is human people. Communication is important for those who went abroad, that they are sure that they will can come back and service will be given to them. From this point, plan, there is possibility. Concretely in my company, there are a big percent of managers. Maybe it's not strategy. It's actively. It is going actively communication with clients, and also from the point of view exactly from our clients, they really on the start of full-scale war, where they didn't support it, they show our loyalty. They didn't stop from our services. They just say we understand that you need our work, and they did projects faster than it was planned. Thank you.
Yes, yes, please. That was actually very often. They were ready to pay invoices in advance just to help us for business sustainability. You said what were our feelings? Well, we said, okay, it's good that we had a COVID because we learned how to work under stress. So I will continue. And now, are you tired that your clients, they are not tired? I would say it's a challenge for new clients than with our actual clients, because this project which we had, we have done, but for new clients, it's hard to prove, and there are some blockers that they may have problems to work with about risk, to work with a company where war is on. That's why some Ukrainian business goes abroad just to get this client and then to bring them to Ukraine. Well, if we're talking about new clients, I think that the situation is like this. That business as usual, a little bit. The negative, the global recession is, and it influence. We have a lot of big clients, and they have the risk politics, and they can't do business in a country where the war. But for example, in my company, we have, for example, some top education university, American, and such middle client, they do not have such problems. They often have some budget or do not have some budgets. Sometimes it's just regular problem, and I think it has more influence than a war. The question to Yuri. I'm from system Ukrainian Catholic University. I saw how university from the beginning how was a struggle, how to motivate the students, how to keep them, how to keep the education. And now, as I heard that Ministry of Education said that education was injured very much. First COVID, we just adapted, you opened, and maybe it's not better, it's hard to imagine better time, but you open new programs, and this is a question to you, how you manage as a university to adapt to this really hard changes and implement the education if no one understands what kind of education we need and how it's connected to the tech.
For us, we really have very interesting history because it was funded by university a few months before war. A few days before war, I was registering juristically. We are also entrepreneurship university, so we teach not just technology, but to make it in business. We have programs for startups and so on. So in good practices of startups, when the war started, we changed. We did what we not planned, but because we were small and flexible and about entrepreneurship, we know what to do in the situation of not knowing what to do. So we were one of the first university who started learning. We know that a lot of people lost a job in official industries. It was before IT generations. So we know that there is war, and it will be also working on the cyber front. So we also want to give education for cybersecurity in this sector, which worked the only one on the time, and even last year showed the growth. So we developed the program of security. On the last year, we received 6,000 of applications, so we very quickly welcomed students and taught them. And first year, we were practicing on teaching. Also, Entrepreneurship University is, first of all, about entrepreneurship and about creating exactly entrepreneur system. On our idea, the future of Ukraine is exactly for productive businesses. So, but the business should be done here, and one of the ideas of university, CEP University, to create their own startups. So first year we focused on startups, but now maybe you heard Maxim. We come back to our main idea and mission. Now we start masters. It's kind of long-term studies because I don't know. There is no critical, a lot of people doing that. In that time, we were only one. And we start masters. We will teach not just technology, but also businesses, entrepreneurship, and we will try to give it to Ukraine. It was very interesting on the start of the war because immediately there was made decision that we still continue doing university. Exactly 1 week after the war, we did it. And I focused that war is scary, it's a very big price, but it's also opportunity to do something, to change and to build new system. So first weeks, even now I do it. I focused on partnership to share best experience which is in the world to give it to Ukraine. So, for example, we work with University of California, of Berkeley on the startup programs to create line of startups. What I saw, there are a lot of investors who want to invest in Ukrainian startups, but there are not startups for investitions. So there are some startups on the BP station, but we need to do startups from really start, not from idea, but to teach students how to create this idea. And that's what we focus on as that. So a lot of partnership, we are growing fastly. And I think that very quickly we will speak about very good program, interesting. Super. And it's really growing up. Dennis, startups. Ira already talked about that. It's very close topic. I'm just interested in your idea. You are creator, owner of 1991, so founder. And work. And the question is very not nice question. About adaptation. Did you adapt? How to say? How you and your project survived those more than a year of time.
Thank you for your question. Well, the communication rules the world. Beside that capital rules the world. The project in Mariupol that we had in 2018 is a center of development startups. 1991, it was very loud, well known in our region. It was kind of magnet for IT in East region. Unfortunately, we lost it. Unfortunately, it was just close to this hospital that was bombarded. At the moment, the locals, occupants working in this building, we know it from the people who stay there. 1881, it's the only accelerator in the office in Kiev, which works during the war. As soon as we just get in 2 weeks to normal, in 2 weeks we announce that we doing application for startups who want just to start in a wartime and survive during the wartime. And during the 5 months we were working with the startups, and I think it was great job. It was with very different places. It was already online because people were moving inside of country, outside, and then we just normally started to work after that. I can say that absolutely agreed what was already said about the level of culture in startup culture in Ukraine, and we are glad to develop startup culture and to help startups at the very beginning. And it happens that the project that we were working a few years in London, it happens, and we got to the first pool of investors, and we got started to work on the fund 1991, because accelerator is already works from 2018, and around 200 companies were get like 10 millions already spent, and it's not our money, it's investors. So we just used that contacts which we already had, and we tried to be useful. We also, before the war, was manager for a cyber accelerator. It was project with governmental also companies, organizations, and in this batch in the last week demo day we were planned, but we canceled it. So all people who was in the accelerator, they started to work with government just because we had all like before contact. I can say Ukraine unfortunately has problem with the war, but there is no problems with investors who want to invest. The attention to Ukraine because negative situation has a positive impact. And that's I was in London in 2018 for business school, and people actually very good educated who understands well the word and the worth of money says when I introduced it said that I'm Ukraine. They said, "Oh, Ukraine and all other countries there. Now it's not a problem. Everyone knows where Ukraine is. People who are looking for investors who are looking for alternatives, they know where Ukraine is. It's a new location on a map. And these categories of investors who never thought about East Europe, they watch on Europe now. And I'm sure that it is like that's like Ukrainian topic is very live on London Tech Week, for example, next week. And you can see it very well if you analyze the news on European IT media. Just every week there is 2-3 new articles. I can say that it's important. My observation that Ukrainians who are in Europe with startup communities, they lose contact with Ukrainian community. It's a big problem. And actually here in January we had a hackathon event. USAID helped us, and it was to connect people abroad here in Poland and with these who are still in Ukraine, because this connection were lost due to different problems. That is not my observation, but also this associated venture capital, because we are not from IT cluster, we are more with other association, and they have the same observation. So I think such forums like this or future events which can connect different communities, it's very important. And the last, what I wanted to add, if I do some Ukrainian startups, the pool of problems is completely different. I work with services, and you do not show the results every day. Startups works different. When startups works, when it's in Ukraine and the war, I think it's first what they think. It's not about tomorrow. It's about few next months, is because the investments that already are working or you want to get, you need to show in a few months that you are working and you can get another payment. So it's a problem. So the steps for long-term steps like startup thinking, and that's the reason why I think this industry is more flexible, because there is more space for maneuvers.
Thank you. Now we will go in another turn. So we will speak about future. Maybe one more question, answer. And we will not have more time. I agree with there are investitions, foundations are interested, and a lot of people want to create and are creating foundations for Ukraine. Maybe not very big, but I understand that we now are like just putting stuff for some other money which wants to go inside, because we don't really understand why there is like kind of tendency which we have to catch and be part of this history. Also, I remember about this history that recently Barricades was coming to Ukraine. He's from Ideal Center. We met. He's a teacher, professor of Stanford, and he was a few weeks in Lviv. And when he said, when he came to Ukraine, he what he heard in Ukraine is that people were speaking not about war but about plans. That he was amazed by that, inspired, and we really need to learn to go and to be able to sell ourselves to our histories, because they are unique. And also what I wanted to ask about future, you spoke more about startups, like more adult. What we need and what there is not enough that the startups would be born. Because I think this is probably, on my opinion, not one of the biggest problems. That in Ukraine was a foundation of startups, which was doing a good job, and now it stops. I guess we need 20, 30 foundations like this. On your idea, what do you think it should be done? There are a lot of things. I will be quickly. First of all, there is need to be we need to work about our ideas and the vision of Ukrainian startups as such. When we identify standard, it is difficult to identify because, first of all, it speaks about the value of the startups. Ukrainian startups really idealize Western ecosystem. Ukrainian, but you know, it's like from abroad. Ukrainian ecosystem is really very powerful, and it's enough. Even if it is on the first steps, but it is not worse. And not maybe it is not ideally. And not ideally is low environment which doesn't allow to register very well. But it is a problem. But I hope that it will be worked. I think that we need just foundations have to watch what USAID, for example, doing other donors and to join work, implement in ecosystem. Because normally foundations just were coming into countries and doing and regions, for example, doing event, speaking, welcome to register, giving investment. But now we have different situation. We have Ukrainian Foundation of Startups, which try to continue working, and there are like startups on the $50,000 dollars, for example, such investment. So it's totally different approach. So they plan to do that program. I think it's very important and very right way. And we also work to stop this gap, because we have a gap. Believe me, it's really filled. 1.5 year. That 1.5 year the war is doing. So there is a gap between people who did startup community and that no one new is not doing nothing. That's why, like those people who are not in radar, or there are, but there are not a lot of them, and we need to work with them. Investors have to do what USAID is doing, invest in ecosystem and doing that job. And the last, what I think, Ukrainian startups should be going more, travel, see world, not just think about we are in Ukraine. It is not working like that. Watch globally, watch on Ukraine as maybe a bit from previous e-government,
iGovernment as a platform.
there is a conception called government as a platform. So we should see about Ukraine as a platform. It's a country based on which there are some possibilities. There are something cheaper, maybe something is possible to make faster, but it is not the only one. Maybe some other things is possible to be done somewhere else cheaper, faster, and to see it as a springboard, which is growing really fast as startups, but globally, not just to pack only to do what you have to do here, but and on Ukrainian businessmen, but to watch more wider. And I think thanks to that, it will be good. And please tell me, as patron of foundation, which will be start very, very quickly, to another partner, foundation partner who just started to work about startup, some IT product. Maybe very often it is about close to classic ideas. Maybe there were some innovation approaches, models. How you want to mark business? I mean, startups as business. Or it could be some more classic model of business in which you want to give money.
It's a complicated question, but to say shortly, we are watching on the startup as for new ecosystem, and it could be successful or could not be successful. It's not only the mobile application, not only the website, it's not only the equipment, it must grow as ecosystem. I can give an example. We were talking earlier. I said that within hackathon, the guys start with startup, got $2,000, and 3 weeks ago they got earned 1 million. They are doing AI for identification fake news, but not for us, but for media, for journalists. They building ecosystem, sign up the contract with NATO, sign up the contract with big media. They have plans how to make the service more flexible and available for you and me, how to make such service in every mobile phone. It's like ecosystem could be successful or just could stay like one service. So I think that example and will answer your question. Great, thank you. What is our future? Tech education. Who we need? Maxim actually said, as previous Pavel. Well, indeed, I want just to add for previous question, it's about startup and what we should to do. The problem with Ukraine is that we have post Soviet legacy. Enterprising was no one taught. So we need to taught that it's actually cool. For example, teenagers in US, they learn how to present their ideas. We do not have such in schools. I think we need to change mindset just from the beginning. And what will appear new enterprises, and it doesn't matter if it's tech or not tech, but we need to start from education because it's a base for all other, and we need to start with a school education. You ask about future, don't you? About education, what we need. Yes, we are tech funders, we have tech backgrounds, but from my point of view, we need the skills. Yes, that's what we need. It's the skills. We understand that technological sector, maybe it will be the most important sector which will rebuild the country. It's about changing the traditional industries to more technological way of business. So yes, tech education is very important, but we understand that skills we get like for 5 years, our children will change the profession 10 times. So we need to concentrate how to teach people to learn all the life, how to adapt. It's not only about technological skills, it's about soft skills, it's about enterprising, adapting, and we pay attention in that university really much also in during the master programs. The technology is changing very fast, but when we know how to adapt in the future, we can find the right place in a world. That's our focus. Tell online or offline, what is the future education? I'm not saying about short-term programs. I think it's a hybrid. In a previous panel, Maxim actually said, for example, I come here from Stanford and it was offline. It was executive program, and the main what was there, it was a networking. It's a contact which helps. So we need to build the program in the right way. We want that education was available, and it's actually online. But offline, in few years, it will be only for very elites. The future is for online or hybrid. Thank you. Alexei, now it's recession in the world, in IT. We hear that everything is fine, but to another hand, some people says that no, it's not so good. A lot of people, young people who were learning, educating, and wanted to work in IT, they expected to growth in IT. They're disappointed that the market doesn't want them. How do you see the troubles in the market? It will be normalized, or the market will last. Everyone says about AI, that AI will change the human. What is the future for the branch? How do you see the future? Well, the problem is we have the problems. A lot of companies do not have plans for this year or reduce the plans. We see the reducing, optimizing the processes. From one hand to another hand, we see that for IT, human is less, especially for young people. It's very hard to start in IT. It's on all specialists, only this for who just graduated. I think that these processes and tendencies with AI, they can change the humans. It will be just effective instrument to get good increase in effectiveness. This traits with specialists, they show that we have a lot of needs, and these instruments, AI, will contribute and helps with this deficit to work. In a point of view of global view, after recession is increase, and I think everyone will find his place on this place market, and in IT branch everything will be fine. We just need wait and do not expect the huge increase, but we need to be ready for new jump. If we will see, for example, in our company, we do not have some ambition plans, but we keep working and keep process and adaptation for new specialists. We training new specialists, maybe less, but we are doing it with a young specialist, especially this for his first work about education, what we doing, the solutions, what we have. The education is actually it's very important domain for us, and it's very important for us to teach them and adapt. Do you prefer online or offline education? I've actually have education man, and I'm blended method apologet. So the instruments must be online. However, feedback, some contacts, expert, it must be in offline. It gives, from education point of view, huge role of live human. It's not only teaching from one head to another, it's also give them motivation, inspiration. You show the example, pedagogical experts should focus not only the knowledge, but just to show what you can do and show that you can do this technology. So without offline, I don't see the effective education. It must be effective instruments for online and but without personal contact, it's impossible. Oh yeah, we are the clients of theirs. Oh, good synergy. I wanted to ask if yeah, I got the answer. If you're doing something in education, yes, we do education for clients. Also, we do some project for the state, for Ministry of Education. Thank you, Alexei.
Svetoslav, answer question to you. You personally in MX, you work with connections, modeling interests with government. On my opinion, in this, it is important part of if there will be investments, if there will be clients, partnerships, if people will be coming back from abroad, and how the collaboration is doing right now. Let's say in this cluster with government and companies, if a country is helping or no. Look, I will add also to the question of education. Yes, really, and there was a question issue about together specialists. It is important to work continuously and to get wider knowledge and skills. And especially for those who said we even can't have good engineers because they are all in service companies, but now it is changing. So a collaboration with government, state and business. Yes, for example, at architecture, there is IT, there is Association of IT, European Business of Associations, regional clusters. And the biggest are Lviv and Kharkiv clusters, IT. Yeah, there is a dialogue because, for example, the war started and companies were afraid the most. Maybe of mobilization. That a lot of specialists will need to go to army, to military forces, as most of people are men, especially of deficit war specialties, military specialties. And companies really need them as engineers because they are the most important part of business, but it went totally differently. So mobilization was maybe 1 to 3% of all engineers. Sometimes periodically there are new people who are mobilized. It is normal process, right? For us, more problem is going abroad, possibility to see clients, going for conference, to meet with someone new client, and to bring new money for Ukraine. For now, Ukraine wasn't able to manage with other needs as such. There is no possibility of with to be visible and good for companies for today. About going abroad is really difficult situation. A country has good idea but wasn't able to implement it well. But as always, going back to investments, we are afraid of bad connotation, but we are not afraid of answer about corruption and so on. And the question is analogical. Speaking about investors, I think they are less afraid of war and other things, but more afraid. But if there will be managed three main issues like corruption, fraud, and so on, all other will be not important. So we need good platform to show potential investors and how to work clearly, because sometimes it is not understandable for them how it is work. This is the biggest problem. If it will be managed, there will be no problems in Ukraine. So we try to manage to work, to communicate, to find points of connection, to be some kind of bridge between. When association is speaking with association, with government, state, association work is to moderate it, to have it on a better hotline. But of course, we want to believe that government still wants IT service, because speaking, I think that there are more percent of services trades, but IT maybe will be on the second on place between businesses in Ukraine, or one of good about export. And yeah, there are something to think about it. Also, agro, for example, or other traditional sectors, we are really strange service. We don't. Our main case is engineer, and when engineer is going out from the team which work abroad, there is no possibility because we need it. For example, government said we have some friends and opponents. When we say about 5% plus, but no one wants to speak about spend power. When people have a higher salary and they spend this money in Ukraine. So, for example, there was a survey before the war. In the Lviv region, there was a solution that one representative of IT sector generates needs for new workplace in region employees. Super. Thank you very much. And thank you, friends, for your expert ideas, for sharing it. Thank you for those who stayed until the end of this panel, who were online. Have a nice evening and bye. Thank you. Bravo to all participants. We finished the last panel and we are very thankful to all panelists and speakers as well. Business Forum, Challenges and Opportunities Doing Business in Ukraine was organized by USA, and a competitive program in Ukraine was made with Ministry of Economic in Ukraine and the Business Warsaw and ZPP. Thank you very much for your attention.